So far, we have been asked by the Nuclear Waste Management Organization about the proposal, and we're not asked to support it in any way. This is written in the agreement. Like I said, when we were asked to take a position on it, we will consult directly with the membership. They are the ones that tell me what to do. After you have all that information, you tell me, and I know what it's going to be already. It's going to be a resounding no. We don't want this. Although we do not have a formal proposal on this issue from the Nuclear Waste Management Organization, none of the members of council, nor myself, are currently in favor of this nuclear waste in our region. We are opposed to it. To make sure that Lac Seul First Nation has a strong right to dispute any proposal to store nuclear waste, we have to show that we have engaged with information about the project in good faith. Obtaining more information through a traditional knowledge study strengthens our ability to challenge the proposal, if that is the direction of the First Nation members. That is my position. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Khan. Ogichita, Chief Kopanes, and then Ogichita.
Chair, I'd like to ask the chair for permission to have, Oh, sorry.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Nino Cassindio, I take no time. We are going to me. Paskinega Bogendigo. Paskinega Babinisiga Bogego. Jigomite. Where I go and get me no sip chinago, where again, this is a pack tap in the end. That is Gikios, eh? Stick it in. Miigwetch dinag work, kahit na kami gizat mi na jeba. Dani, wait the tishingi yanda say ma ke jeba uma. Atso kana gaya yat ma. Magabi mutshia angeningi bitemian. Miigwetch dinak kinaoya. Koibeka, enenda uzi angenin oe. Wait the shang, gagagiz mag, yigagiz min nenem. And so baby she go Umaga yag, wait again, cabins in the mud. Wait the shah, Bizin dog, Ogimaka, and Gavina Kaiki thought, we no gabi, which be gay to go up ski. Wait the shah, Bizin dog, Ogimaka, which is Kinagam got. Bizin dog, ye get. Kagi tijenda ngani na inke jichigaing ban wecha wishimege abigego wishi ko gan stot kego upskiet yeah we got kana nagata ending mind dakit oitige unegaming kamji at ndene magan ye kinegego ga tijendang te boen ye get o etesge uma biji kang oga uma kan mage ga o ga ekitot gein china go ge ga ge ekitot agitition de moat winogum ko be ka che chinen da go o chiba ge go wije and so baby she going o ga nigan shkamang ite we onje bisi going kina ito shkani gina manani we teshe gaje ge shka wegi kitong we nistam wegi at kinwen anishna be mage ayang woshke chibat gushinga wopshki Aja ki usiga boy ki kitang uwe uge makan ya pi uwe sgo ge ka kinat ziyat wina ka gi ije chige ya gwen me je nishna bi ye uwe no gum ka bit mang uwe go kumis na magi non ka gi abi ka gi mini go izing chuna na chito kinege go ma ne be ake uwe sgo ge mitigo na bi ishke kion kinege go in taige kego onja bagit namoin speminge no ki ka negate binakin ki zistbik ki skinegego kagi jikkina ma going wewene jonja mat zing wewene ya shket tashki bagam shkat owe geget wapshkiet kinegego ma ugi psabendan kya betashgo opi umisabendan owe magego miwin oy not zit oy wapshkiet in ke we ko we tebe nangego we ko we jago zmata oyen mi tashin ke kyabe na nagon in ke we je bizit wapshkiet jango mi zing dish oy haje we te tanan yikina magomin ti jango mi zing memendege go jonia andega on jiset jonia andega ga on jisege mishkeke shikini ni yag no mga ka ujito at kan jikken da mat kinege go minikwen wene ne ga ujito we kana nishna be to shtoni tino chima jito ta to kama inna gekene mag mina uwe mishom sinan wokum sinanik bizandago wan anishna wewen genin chigagi giton bite uma chimana man stot oya unke egi chiga boingi kitang nong uwe gan chinshkat zit oy wewen egi bakini get oy ugitazimia ma nisitanie we muzanegan genin anege wa bandaman china itamigo ye shemag kego man dish babag kabendan uganesh memech shonia jonja bogosenda guzet we chete wetanga wakago jichiget owe wapshkiet shke aje utanang ushme mitasib bon magjaga ni jasib bon gi kitang aje ogi mach to na owe ki bakche jichiget wapshkiet kego meje bonet to chat chigwexitot meshe go we binde ganata wen Kevin mache chitta gomind Kevin akshigi tebet mogi kitu mitash ye ajak sho we manito mazanegan ma ya pi kagita nakamigiziat igita ziminanik ajigi usischigat minikет gogiat kewant kiat kitagi pizandana nik we kama mech jonia ajegin sit tamang we maschigen ye kan goxes noni we mech nash jonia wushmege abe kin wanchanda kendamang wok shakkendamog ige atsokanak kagi jimini go izing metego ige age gochmen dagi spindashka in kitat jitego chibizindamang yeah. Mi wapi wi ko we chigeat kiabe wapskiet kikago nime go nanik de taybatongo ajisto wapi chigeok chigo we gitis kana mang ye mani thomas negan ajigi e gitis chigemen Kaya no nishis no niya. No ngam iyan kege ay. Bemete gego owe shunya ikitung. Uya anji ikitan. Shke owe gagi osyan. Uzao gneb istige bines. Atika jo to temat. Iye gagi maj to en gia. Kigana indagzit. Iye mina shunya. Wawa minda. Iye gagi to inda. Abinon jagi api. Kevin, kangi kende sin, minangane ege na ni mama de teven, kagi toto inda Kevin na, age ni missions. Atash ni mama ugo man, ugo na shwin kina wanji ko tesian kito, iga imaj tota goin. Bishkai got. Kamsa tabe zegi shkas non ye ajaga gi majbito at ye bimatizin kita anishnabe tgun ke daje anando egos kita mitashe tgo minek ke utafinak kita ke tepsi chigean migai kita no chigo ge nin manita mi utani ge kenzian gego Nana gata ndas ye keget kai hit mi tishke ni inda is chige ye ni ani imaj to tagon ye bishenji kitan oe me mach na shunya in ke gitaje te bota na ne go un kekshin nitam kai jimi ni go izing kan ge to go mash ko ne genan kita simen Mize ekşi gitti amin ama gece tahpini geng. Mikşna en kege gena bengin ban iyi gittim. Gagi zmaga goy maga ya atkan sittizin go. Oy kay ne yan. Mitaş oy gagi ijet ko. Oy ndete ban ka josyan. İstam ye gagi jimini go izen nogum gozes. Mi Kaya bajito ang gigi gitawin. Kaya get kaya gigi unin gig. Kaya gigi kishkinan kibamatisin. Mi gigi ye gagi unje kaya jisig ye gay. Kyo tahpni goin. Miigwetch dash dinagi kito guat sokan kaya get kinanan doy goin. Way mi nacha. Minagabuin. Way kukomis nanik. Kinaksho magi pijamin, away go komisnan gikitum. And so way beji going. Aja, you nab me go men ye not is it away. No, just gikito go komisnan. Mishma and John Guam is yan gaining. Ni chance. Gabe kan is yat kikitungat, and in dogs yat. Up thing it to go. Without tapping on him, Skike, Megan show not chigot. Good thing the shah nit going. Me guide the man. Just to go chick away. Keen winchki way soon. Away to jam get the mishkitun again. Get a yarn and shig again wind. What you know? Kiab chunget. Kion is it? In Ketash. We ne chisha go wetting. I need gin wind away. Why not ching get away mesh tun again, geekitum. Me mesh nesho get go which me go na niguina. Away. We just gonna mago in Shunya. Keen wind shagita. It aj TV game geekitum away. We could wait the ingego. I need wind, gin wind, and set the Shunya. I yak shema. Just a tashwin night to go chip is in the moat. Can in the better see off be. Away, Gagicha wig my quag and yantikit. New was son on again, Giat. Can in up squat. As we know it, Gabriel, we just chig, we should be more out away. kiabe when you nap squat it when you cheese chige go when kiabe kegi no India cheese chige anish nami oe e manito mas na igen gage o just mo ingita tanang igiti binane gi kitang sketa shigwe gage at kawe kawe umabi to ate kage paneto acha changusto at kitagi ko chime gona nekinege go chiba jichige at kego kawing tagi inana nik chibat ske wi nagam king wi na shona chatte at ete ibash ter sige at mitashie jitego chigo go gebesito ingeget we ushimege go wikwe tebi nang o wapskiet kayon shiz non ie we nibe ise kshe jamagan ie we kweog ginon daben o chi skinine o ekshotino tagi mi non sema we chanda kiandang we wen chigagi chendo e tibenda sot yenibe mize eksho sto no e chijat o enibe ano we tax kito sin chigo we gibiti nang itino ano we go get ki kitong en subibon magarage gawin magasiemen gespin get ki kitot ege abicha chiminugo bisingi kitong kawin dash sketash jibisan don walk show what sokanak we nikshna chigo we just doing we ake ne be kinege go jite jibisan don go at sokanak mikshna e chibmi minje iga teg ie ujibi iga tesego ima manito muznegan achanego oe pangego gego uma gogoyan kanotan igagi zmin nenam desho kenin minek kabijek kina mut awego kamasnan imishom sinan wen sondan mak hatsuka nagi kitang. Morning, everybody. I'd like to proceed with French. Oh, I was a little bit shaky yesterday. I was getting my diabetes was kicking in. I knew I had about half an hour or so to make it to my destination, and that's not McDonald's. I had to get some proper food in there. Back there, I was dabbing into some sweet stuff, and that takes me at least a good half hour to bring my sugar down or more. So, I don't like doing that. I need to take my directions with my health provider there. But anyway, thank everybody for this morning. I was a bit late. I was thinking, I got a lot of songs I want to sing. I want to show a new song to Pat. No, but anyway, what I was referring to was I was listening to Chief from Ujishkanagam and his concerns with the what are we going to do now? Yes, I agree with him. But I was referring back to the our treaty. Our our inherent rights, everything, and those kind of things that the Crown needs to acknowledge with our rights here to the lands. They're just again they're just using their paperwork, etc., to try and trick us into their ways, their schemes, etc. I understand that, and we just can't allow that to happen anymore. And along with Chief, my relative Kopanes there in Onigaming. It's true exactly what he means. It's 5,000 feet underneath the ground. It's just not gonna. It just doesn't cut the bill. and they're trying to use their experts, etc., to say it's safe. But what I was saying through my language was water is very powerful. It's been here before us, etc., and it can get through anything eventually. And from that being said, I said, even though they say it's going to dissolve they don't know that. They don't have a future Nostradamus or whatever, that kind of thing. But we do. That's one thing we have through our given ways. And that's what I'm saying is, even if we're not here, the main thing is we're not listening with our teaching. Is we got to respect the water. We got to respect the land, the air, the stars, all that. We need to revert back to that, and also listen to the chief of this community. And I totally agree. He's making his statement there, and I know I was mentioning a lot about shunya, money. How the government of Canada and even the provinces are using us by way of funding. They always have. And our people continue to be poor. I think that was mentioned earlier, which isn't right, because I have asked the national chief, have you ever asked any meetings in the United Nations in Geneva if Trudeau or Harper provided a receipt that Canada and all its resources are theirs? And they haven't. They have no comment. And yesterday, I've been trying to reach out to people to say, Section 87, has anybody read that? I don't see it on the agenda. And that was one of the things that was mentioned when I went to Treaty 1 and 11 gatherings. They're already preparing over there with that. Oh, I forgot to mention Chief Saging there with his, I heard his story before, and I commend you for that with your people, and not accepting the money, but your land and the safety of the future people, etc. Miigwetch for that. But again, it's with the way the government of Canada and the provincial government is scheming their ways to get us to break our treaty is happening already. And I think we're in trouble. And I have asked I have a recording from a lawyer that explained about the Section 87 in the Indian Act, how that can be. And I hope he's able to present it. It's about 19 minutes long. I don't know if we can use the audio. If not, he's going to take parts of it and inform us what that really means and how that will affect us as they want to phase that out. That's my concern also. And I also commend Francis and his staff, everybody, what they're doing for us. And I'm also happy that he's in good health, and that he has done a lot in the past until now to listen to his community members and us as well to do what's right for us. I think that's very important right now, because when the treaty was signed back then, it's up to us now to look forward the next 150 years. How are our kids what are they gonna say about us? How are we gonna set the precedent for them? Miigwetch.
Ahau, Miigwetch, Miigwetch. Chief Bull has recognized one of his members, and then we'll turn to Gichita, and then Chief McIver.
Oh, bonjour. Miigwetch dina naugabo. Ya bagit na shit chigagi gituan China. Dapsen this gani ne ewid mago im shom sananik hokum sananik. Miigwetch andam ya gani ne agi shimini go sian ya chipman shaman chiwich don. Ai nutrition po chicken agi utis saguan ni sauce babon magsha ge sauce babon ya mi agi nawandaman ye de nutrition ze basic ye de king bisgokang mo paming ang ya no daga no ne epito bidik chiab samarak we just say Baba get chip in a 45-gallon drums onto the ground as they're flying by. You want to end them? Yeah. Nani, yeah. Again, saying up in the man. You can know now the shirt in these skins here. What's going morning? Yeah, they go and eat. We are going to watch go on beach samagak ya. Wiswe nongum ya we agi maji tsinsiga dega panjigo piaja bibon ya segon we gimaji tsinsiga dega we gadasin damek. Kamshi en khosne en khos ses non ya boajigan ya. Isen go gani ya we ne ya gani bisan daman ya. Kange kendazin just for the just a loose translation here, without going to too many of the formalities there. What I said, I'm just going to speak specifically on a dream that I received 7 or 8 years ago. I believe it's well prior to what was. The discussions that were going to take place here in terms of the looking for a site for the radioactive waste there, and I don't really know where it's going to go, but I do thank the opportunity of presenting, telling you a dream that I had with that, with the black barrels being dropped out of the plane there. Yeah. Miigwetch ka in the mic.
How, Miigwetch? Magitsta?
Bonjour. Som kommer innan digo. We aniskatte sin da mega gibisen donenem. Det buettog ekna og ega ekitete. Kenin deshigo myself personally, it's always going to be an unequivocal no. But we've been directed to pursue this matter of learning more about the impacts of radiation and nuclear waste. I have resolutions that mandate Treaty 3 to move forward in that way. All this is about is a renewal of a funding agreement that's been in place to learn more about nuclear waste and its possible impacts. On page 2, second paragraph of the agreement, at the very bottom of the second paragraph, it says, Treaty 3's acceptance of this relationship agreement does not provide or imply consent to the long-term management of used nuclear fuel in the territory. That's essentially what this agreement is all about. You know, I've heard discussions. I've heard what the chief from Fort Alec has said with respect to Pinawa and the possible spillage of some waste. But I also remind us that Pinawa is within our Treaty 3 territory. So nuclear waste nuclear plant has been in our territory for about 70 years, you know, and nuclear waste has been transported through our territory for many decades, you know, and anyways, I like say following direction that I've received, you know, and I still wish that this agreement is signed so we can move forward. There's a lot of benefits that could be had with respect to, you know, aside from learning more. You know, one of the things that really catches my eye is the possibility of an Anishinaabe language revitalization. That has been identified by leaders for many years. It's also one of the elements that I hear talked about when we talk about homelessness, you know, and about the health situation in our territory and this and that, you know. Our culture and language is very, very significant in our healing journeys, you know, and if we have a sincere effort to revitalize that language, and this is a pot of money that could allow us, you know, to begin that process. Also, I also agree with the some of the chiefs that spoke that we need to. We've already said no. But in the end, we also need to have, an informed decision and an awareness of why we need to say no. And we also need our own fiscal capacity, you know, to engage our own experts in determining, you know, what's right for us. Right now, it's all one-sided. You know, they have the bucks, they have their experts. You know, but we don't have the capacity, you know, the capacity both in human and physical capacity to be able to challenge what they're doing. And then if we don't renew this agreement, you know, does that mean that I know the process will continue, but will that mean that to them that without our participation, does that mean there is consent? You know, I have those thoughts. You know, I know the direction given to me has been very clear, you know, and I've watched this over time in my own community. When this discussion began, I was one of the first individuals from our community to contact MWMO, you know, about the igneous. And what they told me at that time was, how come you're so concerned, you're so removed geographically from igneous? Whitefish Bay is quite a ways from there. I told them, we have commercial fishing licensing in the licenses in the igneous area that our people fish those lakes, and the quality of fish is going to impact you know, the fish. It's also going to impact the, you know, people make a livelihood working in that area. But that's how we got involved in those discussions. But anyways, I would hope that we at some point agreed to move forward and sign a renewed agreement. You know, the last resolution was decided August the 5th, 2020 at Kuching. It was moved by Chief Lorraine Coveness and seconded by Chief Rob McGuinness. So basically what it says is, therefore be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly authorize Grand Council Treaty Number 3 to renew a 2-year participation agreement with MWMO to continue to educate and facilitate a dialogue with the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 on issues identified in their engagement activities. Therefore, be it further resolved that the renewed agreement will include capacity building initiatives, such training in community-based environmental monitoring, and must identify activities that will facilitate dialogue between Treaty 3 First Nations and NWMO on Manitoki Nakunigewin. Finally, be it resolved that the Chiefs in Assembly direct Wichita to develop a political strategy and advance the nation's relationship with Atomic Energy Canada, Natural Resource Canada, Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, the Prime Minister's Office, the various energy regulators regarding the use and storage of radioactive materials in the province of Ontario, decided on the 5th day of August 2020 at Kuchting First Nations. So that's been, and I've been directed further, like we presented again during the winter that we needed to renew the funding agreement. The chiefs at the time directed us to bring it to the next Chiefs Assembly, which we did in Winnipeg. We were told to engage, to have NWMO come there and do a presentation. And based on their presentation, the leadership would then decide whether to sign the agreement or say no to it. But at the end of the day, they agreed that Treaty 3 should proceed in developing an agreement, a renewed funding agreement with MWMO, and bring it back to the next assembly, which is this assembly. It was already agreed to that, and that's the route we were going to take. They did all the work, and it was also analyzed by a legal firm, you know, to be careful that you know, our treaty rights and inherent rights aren't impacted in any negative way. So I just wanted to add that. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Wichita, Chief McIver, Chief Altis Norwegian, and then Chief Kopanes. Miigwetch.
Ushu, Sigwani Kwe Indishnikas Mustodam Nam Kiwashing Donji. My speech is a lot shorter now after listening to Gichida, but I guess I would like to say I concur with what he said, and I think, Miigwetch, that we need that evidence because we don't know that perhaps someday we may need to, maybe not on this issue, maybe another where we need to have that evidence for a potential court challenge at a later date, if necessary, to protect our rights. So I think it's the effort in the agreement is good, and I understand that it's not saying yes. I also agree that no means no, and I respect everyone's opinion here, absolutely. But I also really believe that there's no First Nation here that doesn't want to protect our lands and waters equally. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Yuma Khan, Chief Altis Norwegian.
Bonjour. Benwewe Gonebi, Nishnikas. Word all the time. Thank you. Miigwetch. Wajash can do them. Get you one the gunji, Nisu Miteo, Abiting and G by Miteo. Jabo Machigagi Gitoanya ya. Ni Miigwetch Tagus Mino, Miigwetch Gig. They way gonna give Maga Biot. Minoinian. Migasi Kikwe, none got Mark Kabataki Tagan, Mino, Garbage Chigan, and Maga the Shreks that she got taken. Where when again in Chisatagu is yan, the Gina Dampane. Where when Nanagatenda and Gegu, Kita Shintamang, Happy Chigaget, Sanagatuna and Gegu got the Shintamang. Where when it's Benanagatendam, Nanagachichige, Pane, beginning, Kashikina Maguan, Kashikina Mayotte, get the Zim, Nanagonji yacht, Kitchiwanum. You walk to Chige, Janagatendaman, Pane, where when, Pane, the Guge Gomizin, where when is it Chigen Gegu? Michie, where Gioban the man, the Bicum, Gagging done away, Gagi mini going, Janagachituing. Giagen in there, Gizaga sweet yacht. Winnipeg, Gizaga sweet demon. In camera, Gijaman. Aja where? Gita Shindaman, Digia. Gakubit demon. Where when again Gijagagi gitoman? A HK kitog. A Igijigagueto, Magagiat. Can Yabi mana in a Gimasi, ye? Away Ogimakan. Wake Ogima. Gikagueto, we took on it. Yeah, Joshibi got big proposal. Me, yeah, Gagi the Shinjigatig, me at the go, yeah. Gani na wash me gegu. Get it the Shindazi mini epi. Gan gay, young geek seaman, gegu. Jijichigang. Gani ne, I get indicate to see, oe, Jijichigeo. Oe, the Gotashkitish in Damen Nongum. The proposal. Me at the go ye. Ganin, Hawashime, Gegu, Gitanet the Shindazim and Manongum. Gabe, wet on it the Jesse. Ganin Oma, Nongum, go get Taichige seam in ear. Naya, the Schneam the Gushim. I said Miigwetch to our elders, our drums, our Eagle staffs, our items that are sitting here, and our elders for their help and their support in the work we do. Chief Caryatides Norwegian for Lac LaCroix. And I think one of the most difficult areas to discuss is when it comes to our lands and resources. As a First Nation independently, it's probably one of the most difficult areas to discuss. But I think in relation to this, what's before us today, just for some context, we had a meeting in Winnipeg. This was very recent. I can't remember the date of that meeting, but I know we had a meeting in Winnipeg. And with our chiefs, and our chiefs went in camera. And our former chief for Red Gut, for Nagigusimenkaning, presented some information to us at that time. And he had indicated he needed support for Treaty 3 to access funding and a proposal to be developed. That was the basis of the discussion at that time. That's what's before us today. The relationship, this agreement that's before us, I reviewed it last night. All it's related to, in my own opinion, all it's related to is the distribution of funding. The request for funding that would enable us as a nation to undertake comprehensive studies, research, gather information that we currently don't have. As I sit here before you, I don't have any information in relation to the issue at hand. And in fact, I can't make a decision about, we're not being asked to develop today. That's my thing, is we're not being asked to do anything major today other than endorse the relationship agreement that was endorsed in Winnipeg by the chiefs when we were in camera. That's all we're doing today. There's going to be a lot of discussions forthcoming. There's going to be a lot of information forthcoming from this work that needs to be done. As I sit here, I don't know anything about this nuclear waste management. And I do know from my last, and I will share this, when I had a meeting with our community membership last week, one of our elders said, "Carrie, do you know the status of the nuclear waste management?" And I said, "No, at this point I don't know the status of the nuclear waste management." I said, "But when I get the information, I'll bring it back to our elders and we'll I said, "We'll sit and we'll make a decision." We're not at that stage yet. All we're doing is signing an agreement for funding, and it's very clear what the funding's for. Nothing in this document says we're agreeing to anything. We're not agreeing to anything, to any development. We're not agreeing for anybody to put holes in our ground. We're not agreeing to do anything. We're just agreeing to do research, have resources to do what we need to do over the next 2 years, and that's it. That's what we're agreeing to under this agreement. And for me, I need that information. I need the information to arm me as a chief, to arm our nation. And the other issue for me is we did have this discussion in Winnipeg, in camera. And we all agreed at that point that we would proceed to the step that we're at right now. This is a very, very preliminary step to a long process. My understanding is the projections of this is years and years away. Like it's not here right now. So, and we reserve the right to say no. And I just want to share something just briefly. When it comes to my community, as a newly elected chief, this has been one of probably the most difficult areas is mining and exploration and, forestry and resource development, and those are difficult conversations and difficult decisions to make. And I know in my community, since I got in as a chief in February, I started getting letters in around April, May, emailed letters from the ministry saying, "Bonjour there, chief, we have permit number so-and-so that's being considered in your section of your territory. We have another permit that's being considered for development for mining exploration in X territory, blah, blah, blah, blah." I got about 5 or 6 within about a month. And because they issue the permits. So for me, I took a different approach with respect to that mining. I wanted to take control of that. Take control of the activity that's happening in my community. Ensure that they know that they need my consent. I wanted everything in writing. So I have those pieces in place now when it comes to the mining in my community. So I think it's really important for us, again, to keep it in context of what we're trying to do today. All we're doing today is the relationship agreement for funding for us to undertake research, gather information that we need to arm us as a nation to take a position on this at a later time in many years. That's all it is. There's nothing in the agreement that I find that says we're agreeing to anything. I'm not agreeing to anything. I can say that for the record. So those are my thoughts about what we need to do, and I think it's important we continue with the decision that was made in Winnipeg by the chiefs and as it was presented to us then. And I think this is just an extension and a continuation of that. So, and it's only for 2 years. And the agreement expires. It's done. The funding's done. And hopefully within this 2-year period, we'll get a report out of this that we can rely on in moving forward. So those are my thoughts. Miigwetch.
Aho, Miigwetch, Nguma Khan, Chief Kobones, and Chief Come Arnold. We also have a request from Kieran, which has been approved by Chief Bull to speak.
Miigwetch, for taking the time to discuss this important issue. Mishgrabin Indigenous Kazmakwan and Odam. I also wanted to thank our drummer for sharing his dream. I've approached Ogichita because I've had similar dreams. I've had similar dreams about our lands, about our peoples. And a lot of people in Onigaming are having the same types of dreams. They're signs. I'm not sure how to describe them. And they're not good. They're not positive. I've had dreams about a really bad future. And it's part of why I'm home. The leadership of Anishinaabe Aski Nation in August stood unanimously against this, and I stand with them. I stand with the leaders of NAN. As Chief Carey has said, everything's been done in secret. Everything's been done in camera. When you were going to sign the agreement yesterday, you wouldn't even say the name of the organization. Lucas just kept saying the acronym. And people on the camera caught that. People at home caught that you're trying to sneak it through. And that's how contentious this is, that you're willing just to sneak it through. The chiefs are only responsible for these tiny portions of Indian lands by the Indian Act. We're not responsible for our traditional territories. We're just Indian Act chiefs. That's what we are. The rights of the lands, of the waters, they're the citizens. They're not Ogichitas. They're not Lucas's. They're not Grand Council Treaty 3. They're not even us as the chief. We're only here to fight for our people and fight for our lands. That's what we're supposed to be doing, but I don't see many people fighting. I really don't. I don't know when we stop fighting for our lands and our people. You know, you can say that's just an agreement for engagement, but it talks about the implementation of the Treaty 3 project assessment. It talks about the potential site, the framework for parties to reach agreement on planning and regulatory matters. We're not going to be spending 2 years saying no. We're going to be spending 2 years saying yes and answering all of their questions so that they can take their documentation again and go to the court system and say that we approved it and that we agreed and that we worked hand in hand. That's what they'll say. And the governments will love it because they've got a signed agreement from Ogichita that sells out our lands for nuclear waste, that sells out the rights of our people. I, as Chief of Onigaming, cannot sign off on the rights of our people. And I've said this publicly for about a year. No longer will Chief and Council, with a stroke of a pen, sign away the rights of our people. And that's all of our citizens here too. Chief and Council has no right to do that. That's the whole Indian Act system. That was intended to destroy us, and we're just perpetuating it. If you're going to sign this, Ogichita, I want an open vote. Because for no better way of saying this, I want to see who the sellouts are to our community. And I want to see all of our citizens back home to see who chiefs here are sitting here supporting nuclear waste to be buried in our own territories. And I want to see that open vote. And if you do sign it, Ogichita, I'll likely leave here today. And I'll likely go home and begin rallying the citizens against this agreement. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Nguma Khan, Chief Cummigan and Chief Gardner.
Buju, Pagunejuak Dijnikas, Hatik Dotem, Kazagatega Mag Donji. I'm Darlene Cummigan, Chief for Northwest Angle 33. I come from where the treaty was, area was signed, or the treaty was signed, the area where the treaty was signed. And, you know, I was listening to the elder when he talked about his dreams, because I too have dreams. Someone comes to me and shows me what's going to happen to our water. I had a dream, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. My brother who had passed, and he showed me what the water is going to look like in the future. The water is just turquoise and oily, and, you know, it's been destroyed. And then I also have a dream about my grandfather, my mom, and my other brother. And the landscape is so different in the time that they are in. I was very sick when I had those dreams. I was very sick when I had that dream about my grandfather and my mother and my brother. I almost died that time, and they showed me what the landscape is going to look like. It does not look like how it does today. There's no trees. It's just a smooth, flat rock and turquoise water. So I really believe that dreams are powerful, and they show us the future of what it's going to be like. Now, I know this is just a funding agreement to learn more about nuclear waste and what the impacts could be if we did allow nuclear waste storage site in our territory. But if we really are going to allow this, we should have our own scientists, our own Anishinaabe people, our traditional elders who know what it was like back then, before any nuclear activity was taking place on Mother Earth. We do not need an NWMO to dictate to us who should be hired under this agreement. I mean, I'm very conflicted about whether we should allow this. I was not at that meeting when they had the in-camera session. I was at home with COVID at the time, so I couldn't make it. I do believe that we have the capacity of the elders to tell us what needs to be done. We do need more information on the impacts, or what the potential impacts could be with regards to nuclear waste. I, for one, do not want to see our territory being, destroyed by proponents that want to continue to destroy our resources, our livelihood, our way of life. We were put here on this earth as stewards of the land, and we seem to be forgetting about that. But in order to make an informed decision, I think we need to learn more. We do need to learn more, and when the time comes, we will say no. I, for one, will say no, absolutely not. I will not allow nuclear waste to be stored in our territory. Miigwetch.
Aho, Miigwetch, Miigwech Khan, Chief Gardner.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Znaske digo mos no tem Jesus Christ. Miigwetch nedak shum snanik nokum snanik. We kinege go is mi go sing gemendo. We gienen poganak. We mi gungat tukanak. Gienen. We yo gitsta we kan we go kema go jit we kan. Miigwetch kinege go. Miigwetch is gehet. Wangom zin gezeat zin. Schwein zin. Kenin. We wen is min go zian. Obchituan. Chief from Eagle Lake First Nation, Arnold Gardner. You know, I started out today, I sat by the fire with one of our elders, just listening, sharing stories. And he told me, shared his story. We weren't talking about anything in specific. But he said, Manito, Ayayok, and I'm a king. In other words, there's godly spirits under the ground. I didn't tell him what to say to me, but he's just sharing his story. It's like our elders do a lot to us. I just listened, I didn't respond. But a lot of our people think that way in our communities. And I wanted to share with you. Eagle Lake has an agreement. I don't know how many communities around the table have agreements, or there has been discussions to have an agreement. But I'm telling you that Eagle Lake has an agreement. So when I hear things, I don't know if someone was following when they took a key knock-on-the-gate, how it's supposed to work when it affects a community or as a nation. My understanding, if I may, is my sister community, Wabigun, is the closest community to where the proposed site that's being looked at today is the closest. And then the next to that is our community, and I think it's Lac Seul is the other one that's close. A lot of things come into play. The agreements that we have talk about money to do certain things. But what we want to do is the same thing that's being discussed in the agreement today. It's tough. They're a tough organization to deal with. Oh yeah, we got Anishinaabe people that are part of the group. They don't come from our area. Their thinking is different. No, we're Mohawk. Nothing against Mohawks. but your ways are different. Well, we've been taught to think Treaty 3. We've been taught different as a people. That's how my people talk in our community, the way they understand things. Like I've always shared, we believe in MIA. When the Tuakinakinagewin, we developed in 2010 in our community, Manach which followed the principles of looking after our land. Join them in our land. We love our land. We love our water. We love our air. We love our trees. We love our animals. And any argument that I've heard from people that live around even Ignis, Anishinaabe people, our people, they want to look after their land right on top the proposed site. I don't know if they're being heard. And again, my community, we don't want to stop development with any proponent on any kind of development, but let's have a talk about looking after the land under MII. I don't think they understand. That's why I mentioned other nations. They think a little different from us. Are we there really understanding MIA as each community? And yesterday when I talked about pisses me off. Pardon my language. Getting angry now. That one community, and that's Ignis. What if they say today they announce? What if they say they announce today that that site is a selected site? What is our argument going to be? What are we going to do? I don't know what they think. Is it about money? Us people, I think it's about our land, protecting our land, our water. We had a declaration that was told to us in the assembly yesterday. The big declaration. Why did we do that? We should stand up for it. And the other thing that in our agreement, I'm just sharing what we went through. It's about money to do certain things, but I think they control us. Right now, we're at a stalemate. We haven't talked for 6 months. We're not going to play their game. We're fighting them right now. But we can't do it alone. We all say, yeah, no. That's the kind of thing that I want to hear is what is our nation going to do? Our nation as a whole, 28 communities. In a good way. I went to Winnipeg to the meeting when Treaty 3 met with nuclear waste. The people that came at that meeting were the top officials. I went there as a representative of the environmental chiefs. People that have agreements, that's why I share with you openly. We have an agreement. You think everything is smooth with them? No. They're pretty darn slow on resources, money, to do certain things that we want to do. Can't get anywhere with that. You know, the very things we're talking about here, we want to hire our own scientists, our elders to work with them to look at it in an open way. We've got to spend our own money. And again, all I want to share with you is this. Like I said yesterday, take your time, look at it. But I don't know. Once they say the town of Ignace says yes, in my opinion anyway, they're going to go ahead with it. Then we're saying no here. I don't know how that's going to work. Because the same message is coming from my community. We have an agreement that's alive, but if people have no nuclear waste disposal site in our territory in northwestern Ontario. Every yard has that in my community. So I don't know how we're going to deal with that. But again, the proposal itself, all I'm saying is I'll support the proposal. But like I told the group in Winnipeg, the Grand Chief was there at that meeting in Winnipeg. You get it? And the officials from nuclear waste were there, and I told them, make sure you have your check ready. $5.8 million is what I see. Get it. Not how they deal with us at Eagle Lake. It's not good. Not good at all. Because I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to control us on what we want to do. That's what I think. But if it was a kind of an open check, we know what we want to do. I see it in the proposal. Getting our elders involved, our own scientists to show us, not them. I don't trust them. But we want to be assured of that it's safe, environmentally safe. Don't know. Just think about like what I said. If I think in my own mind, if Ignace says yes, nothing against the people in Ignace, it's going to go. How do we're saying no as Anishinaabe people, Treaty 3. I don't know. I haven't heard any kind of discussions on what. I know one thing, I can tell you this, if I sign something, I won't be the leader of my community for too long. Well, I'm getting a little angry, so I better shut up. And good morning to everybody. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Khan. Kieran Davis has asked for some time, and Chief Bull has approved.
Buju, is this on?
Yeah, it's on.
All right. Nijo Gabo, Nindishnikas, Atik Nindodem, Abishkokang Nindoji. I'm listening to all these chiefs and great people in front of me. And as a young person and a community member in Lac Seul, this topic is very hard to listen to, but I'm learning a lot from these chiefs here. And one thing I have to ask as we continue along with this agreement, that with the knowledge that comes to communities, that we don't sugarcoat it behind NWMO, that we say nuclear waste, and we talk about the dangers that come along with this, along with the safety that they want to talk about. I haven't heard about the dangers of what happens with this nuclear waste that will be put in our ground. And I want to know, what's the worst case scenario? You know, if this does go through, I want to, as a community member, I want to learn more about that. And I also want to say that I have been invited to learn more about this here in the community, but the way I was invited to a traditional prayer. They didn't invite me to tell me that this was about the NWMO. It was just a traditional prayer here at the arena. And I walked in expecting a traditional prayer and a feast. I walked into an information session about this nuclear waste management. And so what I ask is that we don't sugarcoat this and we tell the truth and be honest with our communities that this knowledge is power and that it should be come to, but we don't want to lie to our people saying that this is traditional knowledge, traditional prayer. There's nothing traditional about nuclear waste. Our people didn't make it. And so I just want honesty for community members and youth. It hurt walking into this information session that I didn't know about. So if we advertise, like saying that this is the nuclear waste program information session, there will be a traditional prayer along with it, and there will be a feast. But we can't lie to our people and tell them that this is just only a traditional prayer and traditional knowledge. And so that's all I ask of the chiefs, that we just be honest to our people when these information sessions come to our communities, and we say the truth, and we don't just hide behind the acronym behind NWMO, that we say it's nuclear waste management, and we talk about the dangers that come along with it, along with the safety. Miigwetch.
Mahal. Miigwetch, Kieran, Chief Petaquan, and then Chief Peril.
Bonjour. Now we tang digo kishkaman sindo tem. I was at that meeting in Winnipeg, and from my understanding is that we were going to make a decision today about which way we're going to go, but it's like I said yesterday that I like to check the water, how deep it is before I jump in. I'm still at that point that I don't understand what they want us to do, but I also understand that with all the money they're talking about, it's always like a payment. They took our money, we paid them. It's like getting money up front to keep us tied in there. And I don't respect anybody that sneaks around and tries to pay us off and to keep us in place while they're preparing the main issue about how they're going to do it. I'm like Arnold. He's kind of like my mentor. I listen to what he says and I take what he says with respect. But I get ahead of myself sometimes. And with that, I'm forgetting the protocol. I'm forgetting about the drums and the way we should look at things. And I really have a deep respect for the Shake Tent, how it can see the future and lead us the way to not make any mistakes in our future. But I also need to know something from this assembly of chiefs. I'd like to see a show of hands as who is not supporting this. Who doesn't want nuclear waste? And just for the record, I'd like to see it. It's very important that nuclear waste people know and understand where we stand here today, where the chiefs stand today. So they understand that with their money that they're putting out, that they know where we stand. I know I've dealt with M&R and different organizations where they've asked me to come to a meeting, and I've went to the meeting, and they said, can we cut here, can we cut there? And I told them no, and they went ahead and cut there anyways. And then I didn't go to one meeting, and then they talked about cutting in a certain area when I wasn't there. And then I went and complained to them that they shouldn't have cut there. And they said, well, you were consulted, but you didn't show up. So either way, I was consulted. So today, as I sit here, I want them to know what the chiefs think today as they're being consulted about what they're looking at. I want them to know how many chiefs sitting in this room are not for what they're doing. Miigwetch.
Aha, Miigwetch, Magama Khan, Chief Peril, and then Ogichita.
Bonjour. Sagachawe, Indigo, Bijun Totem, Kuching Donji, Brian Perro, Chief of Kuching. You know, I've listened and I had asked for the document to be shared. It was shared, and looking through the document, and I think about what have we done in the past? And I remember at one time there was a proposal to build a hydro line across Treaty 3 territory, Kanawapa. And the chiefs of the day, we indicated that, you know, they had to get permission from Treaty 3 to cross the territory. Eventually that, you know, and my good friend was a Grand Chief at that time. You know, Steve Fobister was a Grand Chief, Steve Eban. But, you know, from that time, you know, I knew it was possible that Treaty 3 would have an impact. And then later on, we went through, when Bell Fotts wanted to cross the territory, they went to just the First Nations. You know, right from Seine River, the Guzman Canning, Couchiching, and then there were 7 where they were going to cross the reserve lands. And we were we had a Rain Lake Chiefs meeting back then, and we said this, you know, we all got the same letter, you know, from Bell, and we said this is more than just crossing our reserve. They're going right across 55,000 square miles. So we brought it to Treaty 3, and from there, that's how we ended up with these discussions. That's how Manitoulin and Nakanagewin began, and then the need for us to have that with the guidance of the spirits and the elders and all the ceremonies that happen. We have Manitoulin and Nakanagewin, and so little by little we've been strengthening our own law, our resource law, Manitoulin, and it's getting stronger. And with this agreement, there are certain things that we're agreeing to, but the majority of that, I see this again as a tool to strengthen our law, so that those other proponents of anything, nuclear waste or anything, will realize that the Anishinaabe in Treaty 3 have a very strong voice, and we have to listen to them. I think some of the work that's in here, we can take that further to suit our needs. How will this help us strengthen our law? How will it help us inform our people, not only on nuclear waste, but on anything, and bring those mining companies. Right now, they pick us off who's closest to this site instead of 28 First Nations, the nation being stronger and realizing that they have to come to the nation. Right now, they're just going individually, pitting us against each other. So if we use their money in ways to suit ourselves, let's do it. And I don't mind. I voted no on nuclear waste in Treaty 3, and I'll continue to do so. But I don't mind. And if I'm considered a sellout because I want to use this proposal to strengthen our law, then so be it. But I will support this proposal for that purpose, to strengthen who we are, strengthen our law. We don't have to do everything that they want. We will use some of this money to benefit strategically our own purposes, so that they know, the governments, Canada, Ontario, industry, know that Treaty 3, we have to talk to the nation. That's why I will support this and use that money in other ways than besides what we're looking for here. And I see it in other nations, and even Anishinaabe Nation. I worked for many years. They were doing self-government negotiations, and that was one of the things. Canada had an inherent right policy on self-government, and then knowing full well that what that inherent right policy was talking about was a delegated authority. But what they did, they took that funding for their own purposes to build the strength that you see there at Anishinaabe Nation today. They used that money for their own purposes, and I suggest that we do the same here. Miigwetch.
Aha, Miigwetch. Gumaakan. Wichita.
Miigwetch, Brian. Just wanted to go back, probably about 10, maybe longer than 10 years. Our First Nations started writing or reaching out to leadership in our territory and all across Ontario about the delivery charges made by Ontario Hydro or OPG. They were higher than most municipalities, and our people demanded that leadership bring OPG to the table and find out why these were happening. And when inquiries were made, with OPG from our leadership, there needed to be fiscal capacity, not only fiscal but human capacity as well, to be able to meet with them and put together our our proposals. We were able to do that. We were able to lower the rates of that are being charged to, like say, band offices were unduly charged with huge hydro bills. Also, East Energy, the pipeline that was being proposed. Treaty 3 vehemently said no, unequivocal no. You're not crossing our territory. Because we had several people, including myself, we had dreamt what was going to happen if we allowed them to do their pipeline across our territory. Because of our opposition, we asked them if they could provide us with a table along with the fiscal capacity to be able to look at the project and hire our own people, our own experts with respect to what might happen, and we were able to stop that too. We were accused. I know my community, I was one of the negotiators for our community at that time. We were told that we were being bought by East Energy. No, all it is a learn more agreement. We need to fight this battle. We need money. We don't have money, but we need experts as well. And look what happened. It went away. No longer there. Also, your analogy of Kanawapa, that's another example. The leadership of the day, it was Kanawapa was a hydro project by Ontario Hydro and Manitoba Hydro way back then. And they were going to string a super line through our territory to sell power to Southern Ontario. Our chiefs got involved. They said, hey, wait a minute, there's another government that's not at that table, and that's Treaty 3. And then they asked for resources and a table to begin discussions, which Kanawapa provided. But after several meetings, Treaty 3 scared them off. They postponed their project. Instead, they went around southern Manitoba through North Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and they came across, I believe, around Windsor or Sarnia to sell their power to Ontario, Southern Ontario. And Belfast was another example of accepting money, so we can arrive at a better decision, and that we had an awareness of what we were dealing with. And so, yes, they provided a table, a capacity, and also it enabled Treaty 3 to develop a law that would, effectively take away the responsibilities of Ontario in issuing licensing and licenses and permits for resource extraction to a large degree. That's happening right now. We own, our First Nations own Misan, that's a forestry outfit in Kenora. That's majority owned by First Nations. They call the shots. They're the ones that do forest management planning in that area. They're the ones that maintain the roads, the culverts, the bridges, and stuff that goes on in that regard. So we've displaced MNRF in that area, and that's because we asked them to provide us with money and a table to begin talking about those things. So, and then also when we talk about, when we accept money to look at a proposal or an initiative, when we, every year, we sign contribution agreements. But when those agreements are signed, then it's back to however we've always conducted our affairs in the communities. That's our true self-government. The only time we revert back to following the contribution agreement is when we need to do reporting requirements. We do that just to justify our funds. Our funds are continued for the following season. But when those agreements are signed, it's always, I know in my community, once those are signed, then we practice what we've always practiced in our community, and that's self-government. You know, that's all we're agreeing to. And on top of that, at Winnipeg, this issue was already agreed to. We were told to get an agreement in place. We'll have a signing ceremony at the next gathering. And that's where we're at today. Aha, Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Wichita, Chief Additis Norwegian, Chief Kopanes, and the other Chief Kopanes.
Don, you keep forgetting about me.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I was going to use my lips to point, but nobody caught it. Chief Wayne Smith.
Am I going?
Go ahead, Wayne.
Yes.
You had your hand up before me.
Miigwetch. Bonjour. Bon kibenes indigenicas atikndo tem. Nagachanang itin dogimakanyo. Wayne Smith. Nagachanang First Nation. Chibo match down mine on just to go nim komago gweg deganag miganag poganag se manga magayat ni Miigwetch tagus ma namataban gain we so kazwan. She gonna get away the host chief Miigwetch and dinner for allowing us to come out here and sit. You know, I've been sitting here listening, and there's been a lot of good comments coming out. Sanaga minagot main geget. Uwe ki gwe minute zuingin endigo. Mishye iga mikwenda manogum sanagat. Geget onishin kina we keep business dog kag ugimaka na gigagi gitoat ki endashin damuat ani ugunendi no away nuclear waste gitashin damuat kichige go ye itige ni nagachana ga bonja ani mem kwendan ye bonjita mai ni go genin I Chiwain the Mogoban ite and Schnabig Nagachanang Kanoki Togo, Ogunen yet no. Kain winin get candazin, Deminominik, Ogunen ye, Katishin the monk. Get candan sugar no gwechimigo, Ogunen yet no. Unjet the sugar chin the mongit oban, Ani Heshinago, Kani ge nesh sig, ye nuclear waste. So zanagat, shigoshinge uwe kitashinda mga shunya tapsko utapinangit kitiba mago men chite boy tongo ito goem tigujug kai chichigeot. Kain winin na ke indi chitibabandazin. Unjita mai nigo chigwek kenda mangogunen yet no katishinda moat. Ni nui negoji bejiguan, ni beshigunge anishna begit negachanang, kain taikitog mine, kain ye tabindigesh kastanonoma within the Treaty 3 area. Unjit tashigo chicken the moatogan yet, no. You know, I just wanted to share, you know, whenever we talk about MAI, it just gives us more power, but it also gives us a lot of struggles and conflicts in moving things forward. I really listened hard to all the comments from the chiefs here, and a lot of the comments are excellent.
Nobody around the table here is wrong of what they were talking about. But at the end of the day, I really believe we have to come to some sort of an understanding, agree to disagree moving forward. I don't always agree here too when I come to these meetings what these resolutions are on, but at the end of the day, I support them because as a group, that's what we have to do moving forward. Do I ever feel like leaving this assembly or this nation and working on my own? No, I don't. Because we're part of one. That's the only way we are going to get stronger is if we're able to work through these hard topics. And this is one of them, this nuclear waste that we're discussing. You know, back in Cooch, that assembly we had a couple years ago, I totally understood when they said, you know, we'll do a plan, we'll do a resolution, and we'll investigate. We'll get evidence as to the pros and cons of this project. In Winnipeg again, we met again. I always thought everybody was on board, and today we have a document here in front of us. I just got it this morning. I wasn't here yesterday afternoon. But this is the work that's been happening from the first resolution from Cooch. And I really believe that there's nothing more Treaty 3 as an administration can do. The work was done that was required by the chiefs, and it's here. You know, for one, I'm ready to move this motion or resolution to move forward because this is what we've been asking for. It's here. Let's have the Miigwetch move on it, or we'll put a vote to it, and then we'll move forward on it. Because I gave Eric heck here yesterday for the agenda falling behind, but he's doing it again anyway. And I know he doesn't listen to me anyway. But no, seriously, you know, I support this, and you know, let's move forward. Let's gather the evidence, and then from there, we'll put a vote to it at some point in time. We're not committing to anything, from what I understand, and there's legal advice to this too, right? So, me to get him Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch Gamakan. Chief Attitudes Norwegian. And then Chief Forpester, Copenhagen 1, Copenhagen 2.
Abuju. Men we going to be Nishnikas. Josh can do them. Get you on Donji, Nisumiteo, Abitinge, Jibamiteo. I just wanted to clarify that if we go into a vote, that or any resolutions, that they're very clear in terms of what it is that we're voting on. I don't want there to be any confusion in terms of what it is that we're voting on. So for me, and I've stated this already clearly, I support the 2-year agreement that's being signed for funding. That's what I'm supporting. That's what's presented here today. That's what's on the floor of our assembly, is that. We're not making a decision on we're going ahead with a nuclear waste. That's not the decision. Our decision is the agreement that's been brought before us, and I appreciate some of the historical context that's been shared by our former chiefs. Miigwetch to Arnold Gardner, I always defer to him too when I'm sitting as a new chief at this table, because he provides so much historical context and teaching on Manitu, Kinakunigewan, and some of the history. Wayne, the information that you share, and even Chief Perot, like the information that you share in terms of how we got to this point. And so for me, if we're going to a vote, I want it to be very clear for the record what we're voting on. And my understanding is what we're voting on, if we go to a vote, is just the relationship agreement and our support of that, and that it's for the 2-year funding. I've indicated at no point, and I want to state that again for the record, me is supporting the relationship agreement as it's written in front of me, and I will share this with my own membership, actually. I'm pretty transparent when it comes to documentation and information. So when I go home, I will share this agreement with my membership so they are aware, because I don't want to be misquoted. I don't want misinformation to be shared about what we're discussing about this relationship agreement. So that's what I'm going to request is once we do go into a vote or how a resolution maybe, then I request that the resolution's clear that it's only on this, even though we've already done one in Winnipeg. I want that to be very clear that if I support this, I'm not saying I'm supporting a nuclear waste management to be built in Ignis or anywhere else in our treaty territory. And I want that to be very clear. So, Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Gama Khan. For clarity for the chairs, we are in a National Assembly. Ogista has mentioned that the chiefs in Assembly made the resolutions. So we are going to convene into a chief in Assembly after we're done this portion. So do you want the resolution to be tabled then? Chiefs in Assembly resolution is our question.
Do it now. Don't be chicken. Don't be chicken. Do it now.
I don't think
I'm not
it's
chicken to do
necessary,
anything.
but
Well, then let's
we're
do it
just
now.
trying to follow process.
Yes, Chief Kopanes. Yes, and then Chief Jeff Kopanes after.
Oh, bonjour. Hello. Hello. Am I on? Okay. And now. Anyway, Miigwetch, for everybody speaking, I got a request. Because I haven't heard it in our area in Ontario about Section 87. Can I put that on the agenda? And can we do that resolution thing tomorrow? I talked to the technician back here. He can clean up the recording that I have with the lawyer that spoke about Section 87 and how it will impact our people. So if we sign off on this, it's going to impact us. I'm not a lawyer, but I know certain parts of the thing that this lawyer said will impact us. So if we sign off on this, and part of the phasing out part on that by Trudeau and Canada will affect us. It's affecting us now. I'm asking the chiefs here if they can listen to that. It's a 19-minute version that this lawyer knows. This lawyer went to Geneva, spoke with the United Nations. 2 years ago, Canada said we only need 200 more First Nations to sign in with us, and we got them. Then they've they've broken their treaty rights. Then they're going to go to the United Nations and tell them, First Nations people do not have a treaty. They do not own land. We do. That's what they're going to say. We need to be clear of this right now. That's what they said over there. They know. These lawyers know when they go overseas with the United Nations on what's happening. That's why I'm asking you is if you can put this on the agenda for tomorrow. The technician here will try and clean up that audio that I recorded. And it states very clear there on what's going to happen. That's all I'm asking for you guys. And as far as the Manitou Nakunigewin, we shouldn't be taking that to court or adding it, mentioning it in our legislation, except that's ours. I'm going to, the same thing what the other chief said, I'm going to be taking this to our people. But I'm also going to be taking this to our ceremony. So I could feel okay with it. And our people can feel okay with it in our area. We have territorial spirits too in our area. We've never been asked by our gifted people to be asked to represent others. And that's what I mean about each territory here. Everybody has their territorial spirits. Everybody has their gifted people. Well, we do too. And that's where I get my direction from. Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch. So noted. We are, as chairs, it's your chief's meeting. If we're directed that we amend the agenda, we can certainly do that. Chief Kopanes?
If I've offended anyone or if I've upset anyone, I apologize. Brian, I hope you know I respect you. I've known you a long time. Arnold, I really respect you. I've worked with you for a long time, and Francis as well. And Carrie, I've known you for some time too. But we can't be hiding things from our people. We cannot be hiding things. And this is a bad agreement, and it's not just a relationship agreement. It's the assessment of development, it's the planning and regulatory agreement. Again, these are all things that their lawyers will take to a court. As Arnold said, we'll be locked in, we'll have agreed, we'll be controlled by their money. We'll be controlled by their money. Our great law will be sponsored by the Nuclear Waste Organization, Brian, if we take this. Manitoaki Nakadege, when we brought to you by the Nuclear Waste Organization. Do commercials, baby. That's the direction we're heading in right now. That's what you're looking at signing. So just be clear. This isn't just a vote on this agreement. This is, and even if it says there's no consent being provided, this is very much consent being provided and inviting nuclear waste to be buried into our territory. Again, the depth of the CN Tower. The depth of the CN Tower. For those that are familiar with how radiation works, it breaks down the cellular mechanisms of every carbon-based organism. Every carbon-based organism that exists that has cells, it melts you. It melts you. That's how people die from radiation, through literally their organs melting through their body. The same thing with fish, the same thing with animals, the same thing with water, the same thing with anything carbon-based. And its life cycle is tens of thousands of years. You've got to rebuild a new repository every 100 years. That's what they're doing in Chernobyl right now. They're building a new repository because it's still heavily, heavily radioactive. Their frogs have evolved to become black. That's what their wildlife is in Chernobyl. That's what we're inviting here. Again, I'm planning on posting this whole agreement on social media, to be honest. All of our people should know what you're signing and what you're agreeing to. And if we have a vote now, and I want to be absolutely crystal clear that I oppose this agreement, if you're going to sign an agreement, at least take out the regulatory assessments, at least take out the planning work. Lucas, you're selling us out. You're signing an agreement, you've got a legal opinion from a white law firm. And I don't want to sound racist to our non-Indigenous brothers and sisters, but we're supposed to be leaders for the Anishinaabe people. We're supposed to hear the voice of all of our people and fight for all of our lands and all of our waters, and I don't see that. I haven't seen that in a whole year. I'm fighting our own chief to protect our own waters right now because she signed an agreement with what I believe to be a racist and genocidal mining company. And that's crystal clear. And we're fighting, and we will blockade. You're going to end up with an armed standoff like 1974. You're going to end up with an armed standoff again. And I will fight on the side of our people. And I will fight on the side of the Anishinaabe Nation as well. Anyone who opposes us, I will fight with them. Because that's what we're supposed to be doing. So please feel free to sign the agreement, but I want to see a public vote. I want all of our citizens who are watching right now, because there are many watching at home, hundreds of watching at home, I want them to see which chiefs endorse welcoming nuclear waste to our territory. Miigwetch, thank you.
Miigwetch, Chief Officer.
I just opened up a piece of my gum on. Bad timing. Kumain Miigwetch and I get the opening protocols and elders that started this morning. And Miigwetch Clifford for second day of the assembly in your community. Miigwetch for that. Chief Randy Fobister, Subscription Grassy Narrows. We get this. This is a heavy topic, a really heavy duty topic. When I used to work with late Simon Fobister, I was his deputy, and he used to, I shouldn't say report, but he used to tell me what goes on. So, in the chief area, I understood what he said, but to actually be, to be a decision maker, that's a totally different thing. It's not the same as being a council member, but we actually have to do. But anyway, I mentioned yesterday, the experiences we had dealing with government over the years, Ontario process, which led to the Q18 case, and also all the companies we've been dealing with throughout the years. Same thing, in the community. At one point, for forestry, we had to have a referendum, which later, which MNR paid for. They paid for it. It wasn't cheap. It was, but MNR were happily, gave the money in hopes, the referendum would go in their favor. But, but that didn't happen. The referendum, showed no forestry at all in Grassy Narrows territory, where we hunt fish and where we do our healing and our ceremonies. So that's the history on how these things go, and I do understand. When I read this agreement or its proposal yesterday in the room, it's a balance. It's a balancing thing. I do understand that. Our administration, we need to keep it going. I do understand that. I support Grand Council Treaty 3. We need to find a way to keep it afloat. But at the same time, I know where my community stands. The grassroots, I know where they stand. When I mentioned the referendum, somebody mentioned here, if I don't listen to my people, then I wouldn't be sitting here. That's just the truth. The youth mentioned truth. This is where everything, all these 7 teachings come into play during this time. All these things, courage, respect, and all these things. This is where it comes to play, and we have to balance that. And it is a system of decision making. For me, it's still a decision. There's no other way. I know it's an agreement where we have to, vote on this. So I just want to say straight out, I too still want to know what this is. I do know, there's underfunding sources to do studies. I do know that. We have been doing that in many areas, mining, forestry, but we didn't access the funding directly from the companies. We went to other sources. But when we had dealings with the pipeline that was supposed to go, the pipeline, wanted us to meet with them in Winnipeg with lots of money. but we decided not to go through that company. So I think we went through the National Energy Board. That's where we got the funding from. So I strongly believe that there is other sources funding for this, to keep that important work going. And it's also important to let this company know this is not a consultation for a yes, later, which I feel that's what they're developing in the future, because we don't know. But there should be a strong document, a strong understanding before this is signed from the company that this is in no way consultation, and their lawyers need to word that where it's clear this is no way consultation. Yeah, that's my suggestion. We get that letter in writing. This is in no way, and they can't come back. Say 5 years time when Grassy opposes, and this company will say, "You were there, chief. You were there. You sat there." Miigwetch, that's what they'll use. So that's what I'm cautious about. I'm looking ahead. I always look ahead, and as of right now, Kenny, I like to say, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna vote no. I'm gonna vote no with this, based on that, because I strongly believe there's other funding sources. I do understand we do need to do studies, which is what we're doing with the mercury issue. We're doing studies, but we didn't take it from, a company. Those dollars. It is a significant amount, and yeah, that's why I say, for me, I'll be at a balance, trying to, to look into these things more. And I do appreciate the staff, doing the hard work, because once the chiefs do a resolution, I wasn't at the meeting, and we put it towards the staff. Okay, here's the work you have to do, and they do it, and they bring all these documents, all these papers to us. So me, yeah, I just want to make it straight out. I do see here the National Assembly rules. It mentions decisions and recording, and I want what I say to be recorded, so it will reflect. It will reflect to, so this company NWO doesn't use that against my community. Where can I check it what? You were there, you sat there. Originally, I wasn't coming to this assembly, but something happened in my community, so I had time to, I changed my mind, because I seen the agenda, so I need to be here to voice, to be in person here to voice my what I think about this, this nuclear waste stuff. Somebody mentioned dreams. I did have a dream too. I hope doesn't reflect to what happens today. I dreamt of wakasak, walleyes, fishing. We fillet them. Then the fillets are red. Somebody mentioned dreams, and that's reminded me. I dreamt fishing and filleting fish, and they're red. The vessels are broken, and the fish still look healthy, but then the meat inside is poisoned. I just want to leave that. Miigwetch for Kipasintoyek Chiefs. Miigwetch. Yeah.
Miigwetch, Agamakan. We're getting close to lunch, and Chief McVicker.
Could I just ask the chair for a point of order? Like, I don't understand. I'm a new chief as well, but It says, to me, Chief Copeness is petitioning for a vote with the National Assembly. And my understanding from what I'm reading is that Ogijida may address the National Assembly in respect of that petition, as long as the subject matter relates to the state of the nation and can only be addressed by the National Assembly. And I don't really see that here. I don't see that the issue, as has been explained, is relative to information gathering and not saying yes to anything. Actually, it's saying, it's us getting ready for a fight. That's what it is. It's us trying to protect our rights. So I would like some clarification. I don't see that it's necessary to be brought to the National Assembly. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch. Chief Whalen Scott. And then Chief Adities, Norwegian.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. There we go. Okay, good morning. Bitan Kutendishnikas, Bijou Dotem, Chief Wayland Scott. Before I begin, before I chime in here, and I wanted to acknowledge I forgot to do that yesterday. I want to acknowledge the drums, the feathers, and the pipes that were also lit early this morning and this morning as well. I want to thank Chief Bo for allowing us into his territory. I've been here once already, and they were very gracious in their hospitality, and it's very good to be here this week. And thank you to the Okichita for also being here. And I don't think I want to thank the facilitators. Just kidding. I guess I just wanted to talk about what we're discussing here this morning. I know for Wapsamung we're kind of unique in our situation with respect to the mercury contamination that we faced back in the 60s and 70s. It pretty much severed our economy and also our ability to be able to feed our community members freely, because at one point the government didn't allow our community members to consume so much fish at a certain time, but unfortunately the damage was already done. And it's already been, was it 50 years, Eric? 50 or 60 years since the contamination of the mercury in our river system. And the mercury is still very, the presence of mercury is still very strong in the English River, Wabigoon river system. And the scientists at the time mentioned that it was going to take at least 100 to 120 years before it dissipates from the river system, but the rapidity of the river system sort of stirs up the sediments in the river system, so it pretty much mixes up or pretty much stirs back up the sediment to sort of go further along the river, essentially still poisoning the fish. And of course the fish that's ultimately affected is the pickerel or walleye. And unfortunately, our community members, I can probably say that Grassy is probably the same, that their community members prefer walleye over pike. And it's very easy to catch. There are some community members that don't have employment and that are on fixed income, and oftentimes their funds are usually gone before the next pay period happens. So a couple of days before that happens, they're usually left to go out and catch some fish or get some food elsewhere from family or from leadership. So I guess with respect to the not consenting, that's not the word I want to use. This agreement, for the record, I want to also state that I vote no to having nuclear waste deposited into our territory or in Treaty 3 itself. I will, however, support the agreement to be renewed, only because it allows us to gather more information regarding the nuclear waste. Because sitting here while everyone was talking, I checked the Ontario website when the last earthquake happened in Ontario. Even though earthquakes happen frequently in Ontario, they're not a cause to be of concern. Like there's no 5 point whatever on the Richter scale, so they're on the earthquake. But there are earthquakes that happen in Ontario, and my fear is that if Ignis is successful with getting the nuclear waste deposited in their community, my fear is that one day we'll have one major earthquake that will happen, and whatever they bury into the ground will sort of seep up and also seep into the river system. So for myself, anyways, for my community, I wanna know what the impacts are if the nuclear waste gets into the river system, because we're already dealing with 60 years of mercury in the river system, and if they deposit the nuclear waste into the ground and there's an earthquake, because the earth is changing, unfortunately, and climate change is affecting everything. And if there is that one major earthquake that's not being advertised by Ontario, because when you look at their website, the earthquake website, it shows that the last earthquake that happened in Ontario was 4 days ago. Nobody knows about that unless because it's posted on their website. So for me, I want to still know what the impacts are if the nuclear waste is deposited in Ignis. I sort of went off. I derailed there. I forgot where I was going. Kind of like Chief Gardner, where I'll have to stop for now. But yeah, I've completely went off. I completely derailed. I'm at a stop now. So good stop. Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch. That's a good sign to have lunch. Chief Alatis Norwegian.
Bonjour again. I guess I want just a point of clarification for me as well. In relation to this funding, it was mentioned yesterday when it was being presented that this is a renewed agreement. So I need to clarify, and maybe, I don't know if there's somebody from staff that can clarify if this is funding that's already been received. If it's already been received, how long have we already been receiving it? So that's an important consideration, I think, for me. And again, I want to state for the record, I vote no to the deposit of the nuclear waste management into our lands as well, and I'm only voting on the relationship agreement as it's presented to us yesterday and today, if there is going to be a vote. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Gumakan. I have Lucas here to do some background on the previous funding.
2016 was the first relationship agreement, and it was a 2-year agreement as well at the time. And then throughout the pandemic, that was extended. And then it came to 2020 where we had the resolution to renew the current agreement, and that's been the work that's been ongoing to date, is those renewal conversations over the last number of years with NWMO.
Miigwetch. Chief Kopanes.
Abujou, Obskima, Koi Nigo, Piju du Tem, Nisatran Donji. I lost my train of thought. No, just kidding. I just want to acknowledge everybody in the room, our elders, our items, our Ogichta, and Chief Bull for the hospitality and the windy road. Holy macaroni. It was quite the drive, but it was really beautiful, really beautiful. I didn't see no moose, but it was, I think that was a good thing. So I just want to, a few comments. I know that this has been a really, really, really difficult discussion. And with the signing of the document being put forward. Since NWMO came into the territory and started looking around, poking around, this and that, I think everybody in this room, in every community, already knows that at the end of the day, and is there anybody from NWMO in here? No, eh? Oh, that was yesterday? Okay. Fundamentally, right, I know that our communities are there. It's already, we're going to oppose this, right, at the end of the day. And through strategies like Ogichta referred to when we were dealing with Trans-Canada Pipeline, we had the strategy was to learn to, you know, we had to be cooperative so that if we ever had to take the case to court in order to stop them, we had to show the willingness to be able to learn about the project, right, and be informed and make an informed decision. And that was part of the strategy. And we were successful. And I can't remember how long it took us. And we were with, what was it, Jeffrey? Jeffrey was around at the time. And that strategy really worked. And we implemented those, you know, moving forward, thinking, okay, if we have to do this again, this could be part of the strategy in terms of making an informed decision when that day comes. However, we did add some caution, I think at the last meeting, which I wasn't able to make, was that if we indicated renewing a relationship or even moving forward, what implications does that mean in terms of the process moving forward with EAs and, you know, all of those types of things, and how far does that give them the belief that, you know, they're actually going to see this repository here. So those were questions from my community, and we've always done the best to communicate with our people, and they've made their position very clear. But in terms of the process that we need to go through, whether we get to a legal type position, they're supportive of what we need to do at the national level. But they know that at the end of the day, when push comes to shove, it is an absolute no for our community. But we are supportive of an agreement to learn more, and at the end of the day, use those resources to build up what we need to do, and also build our case to say no. And if we have to fight them all the way, we have resources, right? We have resources to take it to court, right? Because my people don't want to be glowing 50 years from now, right? They really don't. They really don't. But we got to think strategically on this, and it's really difficult. Now, I do want to say I was impressed by the media release that was, you know, sent out, was it about a month ago? About nuclear waste, and it was done in joint with Wabigoon and Treaty 3. I absolutely loved it and supported that position moving forward. So at the end of the day, it's a very difficult position to be in. It's a give and take, and it is a compromise. And as long as we're agreeing to what's in the resolution moving forward, my community supports that. But I do want to go on record like everybody else. We do not want to see nuclear waste repository in around the area at the end of the day. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch. I think it's time we indulge in Chief Bowles' hospitality. The moose is done. Well done. So we'll call for a break and reconvene in about an hour.
Are we not going to have a vote?
Chief Kobanes?
Can we just have a vote? Can we just have a vote and go for lunch? What? Let's just deal with it once and for all. Let's just see. This is ridiculous. That we're going to hide from our people some more. That we're going to say that we're going to accept this money to sell out for nuclear waste, but in 2 years we're going to fight. In 2 years we'll fight, but not now. So let's just have a vote right now.
As a point of order, the decision was made in Winnipeg. We were told, we were directed to bring an agreement to this assembly, and we were going to have a signing assembly, a signing ceremony. It was already decided.
You're selling out your own people. When people start dying from radiation, you'll be responsible, they'll get you done. When the fish start dying, when the dreams start coming true, you'll be responsible. You're condemning Treaty 3, and I'm going to fight with NAN. I'm going to fight with the Anishinaabe Aski Nation, and anyone who wants to fight for Mother Earth, for life, I will fight with them.
Miigwetch. Singers want to render a song?
Vernon. Vernon. Vernon. Vernon. That's not God talking to you.
Bonjour. Natkatega shaban kas minamkatega iskman situtem. They were snagan wake at the stomach. Nuclear waste kachikatik. They go maga pichikatik. Chibun. Chibun wega pichikatik ma. You were China meant the Moganda Wake Maga, opposite the Mot. I can set the Mot, we can anyway, nuclear waste kachikatik. Mabagon the Snabem Nak. Inama, I make up isn't the same Chicoja. And you can't be ducks. When you go knock on the gate, you ain't knock on the gate. Upscore residential schools. Upscore, I can mush coach, got take month to Kimna. When you wish to get to game Chicoja. West Indian. So again, you go to President Ganin. You can and Asian Sitamangi segment year, Snabiak. I give me Manito. Me and Cases Tamanin. Then the master again, the President awem chigosha. Si bisdawin ng yue aning gis segwek takimnan. Mabichikat tikim ay machamshkike. Black snake. Angeshwe bak takimnan. Sa genchinanak ten mingto kinichansnanak. Goshnanak. Dan koptak nanak nintamaki bisdawnikok. Minine apnama China tingam chikush bisdawnik aning geshi. Stak shek ma pitot when chibun. Chibun we got this demang. Megachon to when sigo with the shawnang. I guess Ushumakakia. Wagaki Sakan away. Didn't wear Margan. He said, go, Mount Take me away. Not like 20 men away wedding. Where when they can like 10 man. What gave me each and go, we packed in monk. Our chucks got the game each. Ningak nanak ten man do. Wet gakimachot. Ten magnanak. We go packet the monkey away meet. Measure back I could done me again, it's him a shek. Ninga gave which one up chicken a snook. And as you move to what to go to back at the car, I can let the morning to match. Meaning the net man. Ma, you know the pen. She's not going to batch him. Never, a Kinamaga, Skatsik. Okay, Snabeke. Organization Communication Snabeke. An engagement Tamot. An engagement the Yantan Lamot Namichim. I'm scominan. Latin skiki. Skiki, we. Most gave skiki. Most of me eating ram skikiga. I ain't going see pink. No, me go meet him skiki. Me were going to nipple here, a meet him. I'm going to get any cockmark and sort or skatsik. You shibak and sort and shibak. Miigwetch. Skiki, we. So you got no man the main doors on that ma. Egi mushkuch got taken to Kimnan. I was when it's in and Magawaka. I give my chat man the name again. And the take was see where I go get a got this skatik. You start anything over here. Never go to watch my cook. What a scar. Yeah, they are not away. They're vegan. Never Miigwetch in the man can go got to make. So I got you got to make. And he went snow. And I went. This one I got to come here. I was again, no, Davies and gave it to. You're 6 minutes in the magnetic.
Oh, Miigwetch. How, Miigwetch. So we'll break for lunch. Right after lunch, Eric Fisher will get back on track as per Chief Wayne Smith's direction.
Can I have
roots and
Oh, yeah.
okay, everybody who's up. Easier. There are two perfect.
I got it. But we can go ahead and do that, okay?
I think that's one. Well, when you have to, I think what I haven't done it. That's my shot. But around it, do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get bug
You mind to do something?
Yeah.
I can help you.
She's a lawyer gave in on issues. The lawyer gave in.
I got this doctor's doctor.
And they need. Yeah. Thank you, Dolores. Oh, anyway. Yeah. That's good they call that one. That's what I was telling Gary. I mean, no, they want to be respectful. Because we already did all the preliminary. Understand the difference. You got a chance, eh? The first time I ever seen that. Understand frustration. Understand. Something. That's the ugliness of politics, eh? The ugliness of we're all here to fight the same thing. You can't point the finger at the Grand Chief, man, or the Gitchata. There you go. Okay, though. Like I said, the elder pay.
Quite a novel. Pretty tough topic, isn't it?
Well, I think the engagement time is over. I really do. I went and visited that place. All the chiefs were invited 4 years ago to go visit, and I went. And you know, the technology they're using for this was invented during World War II, the atomic research. And then it came on full board in the 1950s. So this technology that they're using is over 70 years old. I asked them at that meeting, I said, or at that
That's a tough one,
that
too.
facility.
I know what
I
that
said,
was
so what
wrong.
will you guys do? This was the NWMO person. I said, so what do you guys do if maybe, I don't think anybody's working on it earnestly. I said, because it's so cheap the way it is, using these 60 70-year-old facilities. I said, what happens when you decide that there's a use for this spent material? It's still highly radioactive. And they're like, oh, we'll just dig it up.
Where's that from, though?
And that's when I was like done. I'm like done. And then the other thing is that this place, I always forget the name of it. It's really funny. Zaporizhzhia. It's the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, and it's the one that was held hostage by the Russian government over the Ukraine. You don't think Treaty 3 would ever be a target because they have that repository there?
Exactly. I thought about that.
I have a scientific background. I studied chemistry. My degree is in respiratory therapy. I worked in hospitals for 38 years. Was always around radioactive stuff. And they kept track of it. They counted how much we were exposed to. And I know in my mind that the thing that they're talking about and the way that they want to do it, in my mind, I feel like it's impenetrable, but then everything changes. We're still the oppressed. They're still the oppressor. The oppressor can just decide we're going to dig it up, we're going to nuke it, we're going to bomb it. I mean, it's just. And then the elders, it's like, okay, in your mind, it's safe, but in your heart, how do you feel? Just to dig a hole that deep in the rock. Like, what are you doing to the spirit? Coming from somewhere, eh? Like, of the whole, everything, of the universe. So yeah, I'm really.
You ever watch those guys when they cut rock cuts along the road, the highways? They dig holes about this big.
Oh yeah, those
And then
pilot holes.
They drop
Yeah.
dynamite.
Yeah.
Separates the rock.
Yep.
And then it's down as far as down as a CN Tower. What if something goes wrong down there?
Yeah.
If they can blow up rock like that.
Yeah.
And with the Russia's always
Miigwetch. Chief Clifford Bull yesterday promised us some traditional foods. Do you think he delivered? Miigwetch, Chief, and your cooks, your members.
Miigwetch, I just wanted to acknowledge and pay our wholehearted thank you to all the cooks back there. So wait, raise your arms, please. Bobby. It was actually one of my council members shot the moose last weekend. Raymond, he's not here, but he was here earlier. I think Raymond for those meat trays that we got, Miigwetch, and for the fish and everything else that's back there. Tremendous meal. Thank you.
Miigwetch. Don is also thinking of transferring here after the nice, wonderful meal. As you all know, Don is a berry picker. Chiefs, 5.5 hours you've debated the nuclear waste, and now from what I'm seeking is to put this to rest. I think you all debated and put up a really good argument, but overall I'm sure and I've heard it's all a no. But at the same time, memberships do have to, or the people have to be educated on the nuclear waste. So I'm seeking from the chief, how do we resolve this without going another hour or two to debate on moving forward? I think, as you heard, Ogitchta has been following the chief's resolutions, and this is more of a continuation of the first part, and continuing to seek guidance and wisdom from our elders in the Treaty 3 Nation. Chiefs. Proxy Chief Leona McGuinness.
Bonjour. It was my chief who signed that resolution in 2020, and he's watching me. As I told you, I got to behave, and we're going to stand by that. And it's because the way we look at it is the Nuclear Waste Management Organization gets their money from those big corporations, all the hydro and all those things that go through our communities, and that's where the money comes from, okay? And so we're not signing our lives away here. I don't see it that way, and I'm getting pretty old. And so what I would like to ensure is that we stop being a subject of Britain and a subject of Canada and start acting like a governance, a nation here, and stay together in protecting our people. And so we've lost a lot of people to cancer in our area, lots from that Fort Francis paper mill. And we're still getting the after effects of it as it goes down in demolition. The workers talk about all the toxins that are coming from it as they tear it down piece by piece. And what happened when that mill shut down? There was no closure plan, cleanup closure plan. It shut down and they walked away and left it. And so we're still cleaning it up. So whatever was in there, is still there and it's still blowing in the wind, and the wind comes from the west and it's blowing it to Couchiching. So and we have the new gold there, and I'm sure they're doing just as much damage. So we really have to be careful and stick together here in protecting. But the way I see it is that We can't be a recipient all the time of funds. We need to demand equal partnership, okay? No more, we're the subject of Canada. We have to demand equal partnership and decision making, in this process. So I'm still going to stand by that, because I want safety for my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren. And I felt bad, when Chief Kopanas left, and I know he'll be back, but we need to stand together here. And that's what I want to see, speaking as a great-grandmother. We got to stay together here. And if we don't understand something, let's ask, let's ask each other, or let's help each other to understand. Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch, Proxy Chief Leona McGuinness for Rainy River, Chief Darlene Cummigan.
Buju, Pugune Jiguk Dijnikaz, a Tik Dotem, Uzagate Gamag Donji. I almost followed Chief Jeff Kopanes out, and I wanted to catch up to him and have a talk with him, but he was already long gone by the time I got outside. But after talking to a few people, I felt a little bit better, because I was just shaking, like my heart was shaking, because he's so strongly against this issue. And I'm going to have to say that no, I don't agree with this agreement. After thinking about it, thinking about the future and what the future children have to deal with, they're going to have to deal with this after we're long gone. And on Monday, I had a meeting with the Crown and the province, and the talks came to a standstill because they refused to acknowledge that one clause in our agreement about respecting our traditional rights. So if they're not going to respect our traditional rights, what makes you think that they will respect us after? I was pretty upset that day, and I told them that, we might as well take that truth and reconciliation statement out of that agreement, because obviously you're not willing to reconcile with us. And that's when the talks came to an end, because they will never, ever respect us. That's all. So that's my stance. I will not agree to this agreement.
Miigwetch, Chief Darlene Cummigan. So the chair is wanting to put this issue to rest, and I'm seeking the chief's direction. Is this going to be tabled, or is this going to be voted on? We do have other business we do have to carry out as a nation. So I'm seeking a final decision process, I guess. Chief Fulbester.
Beginning, I just want to reiterate, that the way where my stance is, you know, Kagainin, I'm not gonna, you know, support this the way it's going. Like I said, I strongly believe there is other sources of funding out there. There is, you know, to get other dollars rather than from this company. So I've asked for minutes. If there's minutes kept, I just talked with Lucas now. You know, we have other negotiations happening. You know, what we're trying to do in our territory. I just don't want things to be mixed up in there. You know, with the negotiations, what we're doing now with government. So we're moving along. I just don't want, you know, for them to take that. Me sitting here, you know. So me, I want to clear that up too, Gainin. So we will be writing a letter just to clear that up. That my decision, you know, it's no for myself, Gainin, but I do strongly believe there's other sources of funding where we could access, just to have that some balance. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief Forester, Subsogang. The chair is seeking an end, I guess, of discussion of this nuclear waste discussion to either be tabled for future discussions or so I'm seeking a direction from the chiefs. We do have other business that you have placed on us to conduct. So I'm asking the chief's direction. Brian, come on, everybody listens to you here.
Oh, bonjour. You know, first I want to be clear. I in no way support nuclear waste anywhere in Treaty 3 territory. None. And I'm sure all the people of Kuching feel the same way. And we've already received funding through this agreement, and this one is to continue that. Why? Because that we still have work to do. We still have to go to the communities and talk to them. And if when we have those meetings in the communities and we record that, that's more evidence from all of our people that we are in fact saying no. So I mean, you know, there's two different opinions. One being that if we accept this money, somehow we're accepting that nuclear waste. I don't agree with that thought. I think we need to go and have those information sessions and build upon. And maybe I phrased it wrong earlier. I wasn't talking about taking that money to somehow support the sacredness and the spiritual nature of our law, Manitoulin Kiyanakanagiwin. What I'm talking about is strengthening the nation and how the nation is looked at from industry, from governments, for us to have them realize that they can't just walk into Treaty 3 and do whatever they want into our territory, that they definitely have to come to us. And that's what I was talking about, strengthening that so that it's known, you know, right across Canada for sure, that governments and industry have to come and you know, seek our, you know, I'm not afraid to say, seek our permission. And I think by doing that and getting that that support for an eventual, not eventual, I mean ongoing, it's not eventual, it's going to be ongoing no to nuclear waste in our territory. But to have that coming from all of our members, our people, I think that's what we can use this this funding for, this agreement. And here it started, what are we in 2022? It's over 6 years ago that we've been receiving some funding. So for the next little while, I think that's what the agreement speaks to. And that work will continue. And I will support the continuation of that work to be carried out. And that's what I'm supporting. I'm definitely not in favor of nuclear waste being brought to by rail, by truck, or any other means into Treaty 3 territory. You know, and Chief Derek Henderson mentions, you know, their Nipawa, that's where it's already there. You know, and that's still, that's within the treaty boundary. And, you know, what does that mean? I think it will also help us strengthen that with Saugeen in Manitoba, that the Treaty 3 is saying no, and this is why we're saying no. So, you know, whatever has to happen over there, you know, we need to support them as well, and I think that'll help us build that strategy. How are we going to do this? What's going to happen? Like Chief Gardner was saying earlier, what if all of a sudden we find out that, you know, they're just going to go with what Ignis says? What will we do then? We'll be scrambling to try and come up with a strategy on how to do it. This way, let's build that strategy just in case that happens. And if it doesn't, like, let's look at all the scenarios. You know, they could just try roll over us and just go with the opinion of one municipality. Let's build that strategy on how we're going to deal with it should that happen. And that's why I'm going to support the continuation of what we said we're going to do. We're going to look at it and inform our people and ourselves about exactly what does this mean, and build that strong support for no nuclear waste in Treaty 3. Miigwetch. And you know, I don't mind. Let's have a show of hands or whatever it is to say, you know, are we in agreement or not about continuing?
Okay, Chiefs, are you willing to put this to a vote by show of hands? Chief Clayton Wetnelin.
Bonjour. Makrega bo nishnagas musto tam makwa kuimas. Wabugunsagigan donji. I'd like to acknowledge all the sacred items, the drums. We have to get funding from somewhere. I know the name, you know, the name, it's a target. But what happens if, okay, the government of Canada said, oh, we're going to put it into Indian Service Canada, and then you get the money? That doesn't make a difference. It's the same people that are trying to, you know, to get our yes. But so where the money comes from is not an issue. It is capacity to say that no. And everybody, you know, they have a. I've told them to their face. I said, "You have a tremendous job." I said, "That's And they've been working at it since they started the generating of nuclear power. But we got to be careful because we sign agreements with OPG, we sign agreements with New Gold, forestry companies, all these resources. And we're going to sign agreements with there's talk of signing agreements with rare earth metals and lithium. These components, why they need these elements and these resources to put components that build nuclear generating stations. So you have to be careful. And then we sign on to Hydro One. We have Hydro One shares. And we're going to talk about Hydro One and how much money they're going to be making. But they transmit the nuclear energy. So, yes, this is a different subject, but it all ties in. And I want to make this a warning that there's going to be a new prime minister in a couple years, and he's talking about bringing that energy east right through back to the East Coast, and I think he's going to be on a stance to make that happen even worse than Stephen Harper. So this funding will help us to, if that pipeline that's going to be coming, I know that there's going to be another issue coming. So I support getting any funding anywhere to arm ourselves with knowledge and to support the MAI. And I also acknowledge that we should get other funding from different places, but it's still, we can't sit here and say, oh, this, not that money, but oh, well, we'll go over to Father Trudeau and oh, yeah, we're good. Trudeau gives us money over here. So I support, we have to use any money that comes in and support our arms, people in the opposition. But there is still some proponents that we might say yes to, and we have to still have that capacity to say that yes on any project. So I do support this agreement, and the wording is here. It's plain as day. And if we know we don't trust wording ever since the broken treaty and parts of the treaty. But our avenue. We asked the lawyers, we asked legal, our technicians, and I would like to apologize to the technicians for some remarks. The technicians just take our direction and take the environmental chief's direction. So I apologize to the technicians, and you're just doing your job. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief Kopanats. Number one. There's 1 and 2, and then Chief Kerry.
Well, since my my younger brother left, I'm still here. Irregardless of how this pans out, I'll be here for our Anishinaabe people. But I already got my answer from Anishinaabe. Why I'm here. I didn't know who I was before, but I know why I'm here now. I take my direction right from there. If all of us here were able to understand Anishinaabe, we'd have a council together in Anishinaabe language and communicate that way, this way. But it's like Jeff said, I don't understand this way. But I really believe if he did, his way of thinking and how he presents himself would be different. It's a barrier, I know, for some they say, but not really. And I already got my answer through the G-Scan. Kaya ka, bakit na kinawam chigo cha chuan hit wasa na me. That's from our territory, G-Scan. And I'm not afraid to say it because I take my direction from there, from my sister's lodge. It's a woman's G-Scan, the mother of all Shigtens. All night she will go with a ceremony to make sure everybody gets their direction. I get kicked in the butt, yeah, for when I do things. But I learned that way. I already got my answer. Kaya ko bagit na keg o echuan hikit. Wapshkiet. Oe, kajani obuti kamigagi kitat the grandmother. The 4 layers, the grandmother. Don't let anybody exhaust anything from within me. They did that. We had that gathering at our community regarding our brothers in the south. What's happening there when they mined? It's all cracked up now. What are they going to do? They asked for money. Well, what are you going to do when you tried to cap these mines? Oh, we don't have enough money. They came to give us that message. When they mined in Saskatchewan to blow up Hiroshima, where did they get it? They got it right there from Saskatchewan. All those people all our brothers and sisters that were part of that, our brothers especially, carried that on their backs and they died within 2 months. That's telling us it's wrong. Plutonium and all that they're using. There are other ways. But it's these big industries that have the say when Trudeau or the government of Canada or the provinces start yapping and they say, well, we're telling you to do this. What I was asking earlier is if we can add to the agenda is Section 87, where Canada already announced they want to phase out Section 87. I just wanted to table this till then, where our lawyer spoke about that at Treaty 1-11 in Alberta at the Inuk Cree Nation. I want to see, or I want to know if you understand that, how this will affect us in the future if we agree to this. Taxation. That's all I'm asking. If our lawyers that we're using through the Grand Council Treaty 3 know about our treaties, the treaties before, and how the doctrine of discovery, how that's being used now, then I'll be okay with it. But I need a stronger clause in an agreement that will say against this Section 87. Look at the one they just did recently, the child tax or child care. You get over, what, $600 per child, but they also include dental care. I just need you to hear that, what the lawyer has to say. If I could ask to table this till tomorrow. If this will have any bearing on what we sign now, then we need to think about that. That's all I'm asking. Anything prior, sure, it's always fine and dandy that we have our rights. When I was at our economic meeting there, asking about, they went far back as World War II. Who gave up that area? Were we asked? I don't even think we had any representation till 1950 or 60? It was 1960 that we became citizens of Canada. Holy, what's going on here? We were already here. And this is what I mean by asserting my question to table this till tomorrow. We still have tomorrow. Can you hear out Section 87 to see if this will have any impact on what we're doing today? That's all I'm asking, Miigwetch.
Chief Kerry Adetis, Norwegian.
Bonjour. Minwe ko nebik dishnikas. Bojash can do them. Kitchuanong dunji. Nisumiteo habiting ji by meteo. I also want to say miigwetch to our technicians that are implementing the mandates that we provide them from our chiefs assemblies. So I appreciate the work that you've put in to bring the information forward to us on this very difficult topic. So I want to say miigwetch. And for me, I always consider things based on the information and the facts that are in front of me. And currently what I've confirmed is that this is an ongoing funding source. This funding's been received from this source already with Treaty 3, and that this agreement that's being signed is a renewed agreement. So that's one key piece for me, is that this is not a new information hitting our table today. It's a renewed agreement. The amounts may vary, but it's already been here. So that's one thing I want to state that I've received confirmation on. The second thing for me is, if we are going to go into a vote, whether it's today or tomorrow, I want the vote, as indicated, to be very clear what it is we're voting on. Because there seems to be a narrative that's already starting when it comes to what we're discussing and what we're approving and what we're endorsing. And I don't sit here as a chief of my community endorsing nuclear waste. And I've said that numerous times today, and I will say it again. It'll be my elders and my community that will decide what decision Lac La Croix will make with respect to that. The only decision I'm prepared to make at this table is in relation to this agreement that's before us, that's been shared with us in a transparent way. So the vote I would request would be specifically in relation to that agreement, and that's it. And I appreciate how we're dealing with it here. We have our Anishinaabe Dewe Ganag here. We have our items here. And Lac La Croix, this is the type of governance that we follow, is our traditional governance. And I know as we sit here. So, and I know every one of us that follows this way of life, we're taught that in everything that we do. So for me, I follow those principles as we're having these discussions. And we are doing that. We're doing that as we deliberate today. All of us care for our communities, every one of us, and we represent our communities as we sit here. So for me, it's really keeping it focused on what we're discussing. We're not at the stage of digging and drilling and anything. That's years and years away right now. We're just discussing the funding, and that's it. And if we were discussing drilling, you would have a solid no from me today. But that's not the issue. The issue is just signing the agreement. And I think we got to keep that really clear. And the vote needs to be really clear. Mia, Miigwetch.
Chief Brian Pearl, Coaching.
Miigwetch, Eric, you know, having said that, we need to examine this and make ourselves fully informed about going into that. No, I know it's a no, but I would like to support Chief Vernon Copenes' request to move this to tomorrow. I would like to hear what he's talking about there. He's got a recording. I would like to hear that. And then, you know, before we leave tomorrow, then let's do it with a very clear, what are we voting about? So I'd like to support Chief Vernon Copenes' request.
Okay, chiefs, I understand that there's a possibility of moving the actual agreement itself to tomorrow to include Vernon's request of including Section 87 and a presentation, I think, that he'll facilitate tomorrow. So all the chiefs in agreement to discuss the agreement tomorrow and include Section 87. Yes, please raise. I'm going to be criticized here from my
Puju.
Chief White.
I guess the only concern I have is, I go through the agenda, and I think we're supposed to end tomorrow at noon, and that is my intention. I'm going to be out of here by noon, so I'm hoping with all the backlog of stuff that are happening now, we're able to tie everything up by noon tomorrow, because I'll be leaving by noon. Miigwetch.
I don't know if you have information on your phones, but there's a false statement that's been stated out there. It's from Chief Kopenes. Today, in Grand Council Treaty Number 3 signed an agreement with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization to begin site selection to bury nuclear waste in Treaty 3 for $5 million. I fiercely oppose the agreement. I fought for the environment, but the treaty chiefs are proceeding with MNO. You know, media is going to grab that, be probably plastered all over by tonight. It's a false statement. It was just sent to me. Yeah. I think they're making copies of it, maybe.
All right. As Jeff indicated, he was going to place a statement on social media, and it has reached social media regarding the chiefs in support of having nuclear waste in Treaty 3 territory, but we haven't completed discussion. As chair, what I'm understanding is that the chiefs would like to continue this discussion on the agreement and also include Section 87 tomorrow. Can that be, are we all in full agreement, chiefs? And the topic is the agreement itself. There's no, it's a continuation, and it's nothing new. It's not consenting to nuclear waste, that we're open for business and you could go ahead and that's a definite no from all the chiefs. But it's a review of the agreement that was shared with you with Lucas. That was for you to review, and I think that's the only continuation we'll have on Thursday, and to also include Section 87 as requested by Chief Vernon Kupanes. Is that the understanding? No? Yeah, we do have other business to carry out, and we are still at a national assembly. We haven't gone into chiefs in assembly. We've beat up the nuclear waste for about 6 hours and counting.
But that doesn't mean that everyone agrees to discuss it tomorrow, is my point. Not everyone agrees, at least I don't. It's on the record. It was already passed at the previous meeting. The agenda's full. I do not agree. And you're assuming that it's okay to talk about it tomorrow? Why is that? Am I missing something?
We could continue discussions on nuclear waste, which I see you want to continue that process.
No, I do not. That's my point.
Yeah, I'm seeking a decision from the chiefs here. I know we've been talking about nuclear waste for about 6 hours now. We do have other business on the agenda. So I wanted to seek a clear direction from the chiefs on the nuclear waste discussion.
Can we get a vote then?
I got two. Yeah, so Chief McVicker is requesting the other chiefs a show of hand on the agreement. All the chiefs here, are you in agreement to?
Not
No?
on the agreement. I am asking for a show of hands if we are continuing this discussion tomorrow or if we are stopping the discussion now.
Okay. All right, Chief McVicker is asking the chiefs if you want to continue the discussions tomorrow. We have two chiefs that have their hands up. We'll.
I agree. Hold the discussion till tomorrow. That's why I raised my hand.
Okay.
I'm getting texts already from my community members. What are you doing over there, Dikok? So I need time to explain.
Yeah,
to
just a reminder that
members.
you are on social media, Facebook Live. Chief Pettigwet.
Bonjour, now we tang to go. I am very interested in what Vernon has, and I'd like to hear him out tomorrow.
All right, chiefs, if there's no other hands up. Chief McVicker's asking for a vote to continue the discussion tomorrow and to have the, no, include.
I'm asking to end the discussion now.
End discussion now.
Yes, I am.
Okay, all chiefs in favor to end discussion now. And what happens tomorrow? Are we including Section 87 tomorrow? I just want to get clarity here. Chief Vernon Kopanas.
Hello. All I'm asking is 20 minutes tomorrow. Or even I can share the audio this evening with some of you if you want. That's all I want. I want everybody to know, because this Section 87 was already mentioned by Canada. I'm surprised that none of you caught it. And it affects our treaty rights. And I know in the past, like, we've been able to, it's just like what Saging has been doing and other territories. But this will have that impact from here on, this phase out. What I'm trying to say, I guess, is let's add something to this Section 87 that they're going to phase out from here on with this funding that we have already received, is what I'm saying. So maybe some of the lawyers should have been here or can be here tomorrow to hear out some of the concerns regarding that, and maybe they can add a phrase or something like that that's needed that won't have any effect on us from here on, what Canada is trying to imply. We're the only ones that can break that treaty, and we're already doing it, if you don't know that already. And I think that's part of why Jeff left too. But I want to, that's all I'm asking is 20 minutes of your time tomorrow, or if some of these want to hear the video. I talked to the technician here in the back. He said, I think I don't have the app on me. I have it in my computer, and I can fix it up for you, he said, so you can hear it a lot better on what the lawyer spoke about. on the phase out with the Section 87 of our Indian Act. That's all I'm asking is 20 minutes. If you want to hear it prior and then bring it to the table at some time tomorrow, that's it. And I know our lawyers can put something in there to, it's like what Chief from Kuchin is saying, to make it stronger. So it doesn't have any impact on us from here on, what Canada is trying to do to us. That's all I'm asking. And I think we should make a reply to the media right now that we haven't decided yet, so it doesn't get any worse now to our people in the Treaty 3 district. Okay, Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief Clifford Bull, Laxul.
Miigwetch, for that, for me, I know that the video or the doc, not the, what do I call it? Is it a tape? Is it a tape or is it like a video?
It's an audio.
Audio. Okay, I know that audio is gonna need some work. Is that correct?
Yes.
To bring it to 7 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. But right now it's in like an hour format, I guess, and you want to try to bring it down to the essential things that we need to hear, right?
The whole audio is only 19 minutes long.
Oh, okay. And then there's no reason, what's the reasoning why we can't hear it now? Is there a reason why we can't hear it now?
Do you want to listen to it?
Well, and then we can get on with business. We hear that, and then just a suggestion.
We can try it.
Try? We could try.
Yeah. All right, Chief. Darlene coming in is asking for a smoke break while audio is being set up. And Brian's not here. All right, 10-minute break. Chief Red Sky, sound man, can we get a microphone for Chief Red Sky? Mr. Soundman, IT.
Hello. Hello, hello. I couldn't recall the origin of this recording, so I just want to make sure that we have permission to even hear, that Chief Copenas has permission to share that information.
I was the only representative from Treaty 1 to 11 at this gathering. And the next gathering will be in Treaty 1 and 2, I believe, next year. Their message, I have a draft document here that they've would like to pass around. He said, like I mentioned earlier, there's only 235 chiefs. We need the rest of the 400 plus chiefs to band together. We've been talking about as one. Canada is planning something right now, and we really have to wake up. And they're doing it by ways of their administration that that brings us into their system that depletes our treaty rights.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just a little leery about listening to audio or video without consent. I just want to make sure you have consent to be sharing that.
It was, she spoke on video. It's just like what we're doing here.
Okay, that's all I was asking for clarification for.
And I asked any of our community members, did you guys see it? He said, no. Didn't even know about it. And she's a traditional lawyer. She's a treaty lawyer. Sharon Venn. She did do a presentation here before. And she almost didn't present it because, again, they shut down the meeting early, but they called her back to present that. She was supposed to do the medicine chest information, but they've asked to do the Section 87 instead.
Miigwetch.
Alrighty.
Chiefs, National Assembly, your chair is asking to resolve the discussions on the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. Chief McVicker has asked to place the discussion to be put on to stop, and that's it. End of discussion on the nuclear waste, and she's asked for a vote. So, Chiefs, I'm asking if you would entertain a vote to end the discussions on the nuclear waste management organization. Chief Clayton Wettenlin.
I guess my question is not just to stop, but I think there's a point of order. If we do vote to stop, it's not just to stop, it's to continue with the resolution that's already done and that we had in our that handouts 2019, I think. So it's to continue the same resolution. So that's what I think is if you can clarify that.
Mover for the to stop discussions, is that your understanding?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that all the chiefs' understanding? I see people nodding heads. Is there any other comments? Chief Brian Perot.
Yeah, to stop the discussion for today, is that what you're saying? Or, you know, are we going ahead with, I don't know if it's a video or a recording? Are we still doing that?
Yeah, after we resolve the discussions on nuclear waste, and we'll go over to, as Chief Clifford Bull indicated, he would entertain Section 87 with Chief Kupanes.
Miigwetch, Chair. I think from my understanding, why I said that we need to listen to the recording, I think the Chief Kupanes wanted us to put into the agreement some sort of wording to protect, I guess, rights. Is that correct, Chief Kupanes? So that then you would support it. Okay, well, I'm in favor of stopping the meeting now and then listening to it tomorrow morning.
Chief Clifford Bull doesn't want us to leave his community.
You guys are stuck here till we deal with this.
You're stuck here until the chiefs decide. Chief Derek Henderson, Saging.
Bonjour. I'm just wondering maybe what we could do. Suggest, can we get the video so we can look at it tonight? And if we have any questions in the morning, 5 minutes, 10 minutes to ask questions. I think what we need to talk about is if Section 87 is such a big issue that's going to impact lots of our rights, I think we should have a meeting on that whole issue of Section 87. I know that Chief Kopanes was at the meeting for Treaty 1 to 11. We're hosting it in Winnipeg next year at Nawe Odina, the new site of the old Capion Barracks. So we're looking at hosting the Treaty 1 to 11 in Winnipeg next year. But then I know Section 87 is important, but it's not going to only be important for this file, it's going to be important for all of our files that we're dealing with. So I think we need to bring that to the table at one of our chiefs meetings to talk specifically about Section 87. It is about taxation, it is about this. It's going to impact a lot of our communities. So that's my recommendation. You don't have to take it. Maybe we can look at the video tonight, bring some questions forward tomorrow. But I think the point of order was made already this morning that we should move forward. The resolution was put on the floor regarding this whole issue, and that's why the agreement is here today. Miigwetch.
Chief Randy Fulbister.
Yep, tomorrow again, I think it'd be good to hear out that video, Wabunk. But I also like to, you know, when chiefs were, when we're talking about we want no nuclear waste in Treaty 2 territory, I'd like to put a motion that we develop a BCR, a resolution stating that, just to clear, you know, what's going on in social media, just to be clear where everybody stands for tomorrow. If a BCR can be, a resolution can be drafted, then we all sign that we want no nuclear waste in Treaty 3 territory. That's what I want to suggest.
The request, I guess, would be going to the resolution committee. Chief Fulbister is asking for a chief's resolution that Treaty 3 will not store any nuclear waste. Okay, are we in agreement that we end discussions on nuclear waste for today? And what happens tomorrow happens? Chief Brian Perot?
Yeah, before we took a break there, maybe I was out of the room, but the Grand Chief mentioned that there was something put on social media, and as far as I'm concerned, that statement is not true. And are we going to somehow make a response, a rebuttal to that? Because that's not a true statement. The way I understood what it was. So I don't know. Do we just let that sit out there, or are we going to make a statement that's not what we're doing?
Chief Clifford Bull?
Yeah, that's a good point, Chief. I think with Chief Grassie's suggestion, I think if we all sign the BCR stating that we're opposed, all 28 communities, and that will be our statement. I think that would be effective.
I guess with respect to the response that went to social media, I don't necessarily believe in airing out our differences on social media. So maybe we should just let it go at this time, but certainly our meeting is being live screened. You know, people are watching us, you know, and so that's my thinking anyways, is just let it out. I know some of the chiefs are getting texts from people that, what are you guys doing, sort of thing, you know, but the post is not accurate. That's all it is, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Chief Randy Fulbister is suggesting that a chief's resolution with respected communities. Chief Arnold Gardner.
I just want to share that's why I mentioned I can only speak for my community. I know we're in National Assembly, but this is where we're at Eagle Lake. I don't think every community has an agreement. What I'm trying to say is maybe I have information that you don't have. And it's because we have a similar agreement that's being looked at now for Treaty 3. There's a lot of things that we got to talk about, come to understand amongst ourselves. Miigwetch, who has the treaty rights? Is it Treaty 3? Well, I don't think so. It's the people of our communities. They're the rights holders. That's the way I think, anyway. But as a nation, we're trying to put that all together to give that authority or that responsibility to our Miigwetch. That's the way I understand it. Now that Learn More agreement, what we signed probably about 4 or 5 years ago now, we're trying to learn as much as we can, but the people are saying no. At the end of the day, it's not going to be the chief and council that are going to decide yay or nay. It's going to be the people through a referendum in our community. When media asks the council, what is our position? It's going to end up in a referendum form from our community is what we tell them. But you got to be clear too. And maybe what's got to be looked at is rewording the resolution. Like I'm hearing different things from our forum today. One of them is it looks like a no from our nation, Treaty 3. But for us to make an informed decision, we need to get some information. That's basically what the agreement is supposed to do. To get information to provide to us when we're sitting around the table. There is a lot of things that's got to be discussed because we're going through it yet today. That's why I said in Winnipeg, Francis was at that meeting. And I said, make sure when you're going to sign an agreement, a funding agreement with you, bring your checkbook. Sign that check right there. Because that's not what they're doing to us. We're almost like we got to fight for that money to do the things that we want to do, similar to what's being discussed in the agreement that's on the table for us. You know, if we say no and let them know that right now, but we want to find out more. But if we say we don't want it, I don't know how that's going to impact their answer. To learn more about what they're proposing so that our people can make an informed decision in our communities. So that's why I said this morning, oh, I must have been sleeping this morning, yesterday, that I said Eagle would support the agreement. But that no way doesn't mean that we're saying yeah to doing that. It's when I hear all of us here with our decision collectively, yea or nay. And I'll support that. Even if we have a vote that I'm the only one that says no, I respect that. Because there's questions I was asked, when are we going to make a decision? But I'm glad that we're spending time, what we're talking about. It's life. You know, sometimes I look at it this way. When we talk about children, we're sitting under the lights today. Where did that energy come from? Probably a nuclear plant from somewhere. We have a responsibility. In my whole life, my 72 years, I've been using some form of radioactive power. I think about that. For 72 years. My little grandchildren that I have today, your grandchildren, your children. That's why I talk about Angomizin and everything. But be careful about whether we should tell them the or nay at this time. Learn. That's what we're going through. And our people, we have meetings in our community. And if you don't have information, you can't make a decision. That's what happens. And of course, we're always reminded by our people for years. Ongo mizik, ego ni katadek, when it comes in. I hear things like that here around the table. I heard that 40 years ago. Still hearing it today. I don't know how they think. Maybe that's where we should approach it. By signing this agreement, you guys, does the other party think that we're agreeing to what they want to do? No, it's a learning process. So we can say yes or no to them. Because you know what happens in the communities when they have an agreement? Almost every day our people ask, Kawin, it's a no. But you already signed agreements already a long time ago. So try and learn as much as you can. And you make your decision when the referendum comes, yea or nay. But you've got to be careful on the wording. Miigwetch. I'm prepared to make a decision. I didn't really know that this was going to be a real big agenda item. I do have a portfolio holder in my community that heads nuclear waste department. We have a lands and resource department that deals every day on this issue. They got to be involved. Otherwise, like I said, if I make the wrong move here, you know, we've been through a lot as a people. Very resilient. Over 150 years, longer than that. Very resilient. anything that they've done. That's why I talk about the truth. Everything that there we've been, that's why I said the other day, we've been shafted, screwed, or whatever term you want to use. But we come through it. And I'm really proud of the nation for all of us in here, on behalf of our children, our women, our elders, and our community. Trying to do our best. Trying to do our best. Make the right decision on behalf of them. And at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say to the communities that maybe that don't have privy information that I have from my community, because we have an agreement with Northwest. Right now, we're at a stigma. I haven't heard from them for 6 months. That's okay. Because I always think like MIA, like I said, the nation. I'm not angry, so I'll shut up. I'm not angry. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Uyamakat. Okay, Chiefs, the McVicker has asked for a stop to discussions with the conditions, I guess, to continue and move on to other agenda items. I know Randy has asked for a resolution, and I think if Randy could get a seconder on that resolution, that Chiefs are not in favor of having nuclear waste in the territory, that they can speak on it tomorrow and present that resolution if you're willing to place your signature for your community. So are we in agreement we're going to end discussions? Please raise your hand.
Bring on Don Morrison. Bring him on.
Okay, for the Chiefs, I want to continue the discussion on nuclear waste. We have one here, host community. Anybody opposed? None? All right, Miigwetch Chiefs, and thank you, McVicker, for putting a resolve to nuclear waste discussion. And Chiefs, Miigwetch. Oh, Chief Chris Keed.
Hello. I'll second Chief Obister's resolution.
Okay, Randy, you have a seconder on your resolution, and please work with the resolution committee or Mr. King, Lucas King, and you can both speak on it tomorrow. One last order of business for National Assembly, and that is a request for a record of decision. Yesterday we had the economic development chiefs and technicians on the 150th anniversary of the signing of the treaty. There is a resolution that's actually part of your overall resolution package. And it's a record of decision. As you all know, National Assembly's resolutions are considered as record of decisions, and Chiefs in the Assembly are Chiefs in Assembly resolution. So this is a record of decision. I'll read the entire resolution, and I'll ask the mover and seconder if they want to speak on it. Record of decision CA-22-23. Whereas since time immemorial, Creator entrusted the Anishinaabe to govern based on laws to live in harmony and for the benefit of all creation. And whereas the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 signed Treaty Number 3 on October 3rd, 1873, and exercises inherent and treaty rights to jurisdiction, sovereignty, and nationhood. And whereas Grand Council Treaty 3 has taken on the planning on events in recognition of the 150th anniversary of signing of the Treaty 3. And whereas Grand Council Treaty 3 will hire an event coordinator for the planning and communication of events throughout 2023, aligning with Treaty 3 communities and all Grand Council Treaty 3 departments. Therefore, be it resolved that the Treaty 3 National Assembly support administration of Grand Council Treaty 3 to source adequate resources to plan events, develop capacity across the portfolios in order to recognize the 150th anniversary of Treaty 3. And finally, be it resolved that the Treaty 3 National Assembly support Grand Council Treaty 3 in developing partnerships with federal and provincial treaty partners and non-governmental agencies for resourcing, communication, staffing, and education as it relates to the events of the Treaty 3 150th anniversary. It was moved by Chief Derek Henderson and seconded by Chief Clayton Wettenlin. Does the mover want to speak on the resolution?
Pamya Beneshi Dijnikas, Gigo Dondame, Wimakan Saging, Chief Derek Henderson. Thank you, Chair. Chiefs, we talked about this yesterday regarding the 150th anniversary. We do have the work plan in your packages. Correct, Gary? Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, we do have the work plan. It's in your packages, and the ask for the planning is around $766,700 is the ask on this. So we're asking for your support so we can start working on this. It's going to take about a year to get this thing moving. There's a lot of work behind it that needs to be done. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief Derek Henderson, seconder. Would you like to speak on the resolution? No? Any discussion on the resolution? I don't see any. Chief, Proxy Chief. What page is the plan or tab? Tab number for Leona McGinnis, Rainy River, Proxy Chief. Tab 12.
That's only the resolution. The work plan's not in there.
Apparently, there's just a resolution in there. There's no work plan. Chief Henderson?
Yeah, so that's just the resolution on that tab. The work plan is, I thought it was in the packages because we, yeah, it is in your, yeah, it was handed out yesterday, so it might be in all the papers that you were given yesterday. The title of the page is 150th anniversary of the signing of Treaty Number 3 proposal, October 3rd.
It should be a copy of the proposal.
Yeah, it was handed out yesterday, I know that, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, my question is, how is my community going to be an active participant and a beneficiary of this?
once the coordinator is hired, it'll be their responsibility to go to each community and have them involved as to what they would like to see as part of that, the celebration. So there will be input by all 28 communities.
Okay, because I want to raise the issue of the celebrations that happened on the 30th this past week. And what happens is we had given notice to the Treaty 3 office administration that we wanted any future, events and activities to come to chief and council for our approval. And for those orange shirt days and residential school things, they never came to chief and council. Yet there was activities going on, without our approval and our sanction and our knowledge. So I would not want that to happen to this, because this is a real important, issue. It's not an issue. I mean, it's really important to us. So it needs dialogue, with our community leadership. You can't leave us out. If I'm still there. But that can't go on. You can't work in isolation of the community leadership. Okay,
Thank you, and I think that's what we need to do more of, is the communication piece when we do events in all of the Treaty 3 communities. It should be conveyed to all of the leadership in those communities. But we'll make sure that happens with this. This is very important. This is the signing of the treaty, right? So every community has to be there. Their involvement has to be part of this process.
Jana Gabo Nigo, a Dickindo Dam, Nigu Guswin Carding Doroji, Miigwetch away or Dagan, Itish Meganon, Miigwetch Nagamo in the way, in Inyug, Nungum. So anyway, just wanted to add that, as part of this process, we will be involved with all of the chiefs committees, and they will know what's going on. So it is going to be a treaty-wide discussion, involved in the planning of all these events. And we will need help, especially with the repatriation of the Manitou Miniznagan. So we will look for help with that from chiefs to support the work that we're doing. So I think that's good.
Chief Arnold Gardner.
I just want to share, I got a letter from Ann Scott addressed to our community. I don't know if other people got the letter, probably, asking us how we want to how we're going to involve ourselves in terms of commemorating 150 years. Why I'm bringing that out is we're asking for $750,000 to do work for Treaty 3. I don't know how that relates now. I'd like to do things as a nation. I mean, that's why I haven't responded. I don't know if you're aware of that. Did you guys get that letter? Because I'd like to say, if they're going to say no to our proposal, I'd sooner our money goes to this proposal. Miigwetch.
Chief Brian Perro, Kuchting. Miigwetch Arnold, yeah, I think we must have all got that letter. And then there was another one last night or yesterday where the RDG, Ann Scotton, is, I guess, being asked to do a different role. So she's going to be a special assistant to a deputy minister or something. But yeah, I got that letter. But I remember, 25 years ago when we had the commemoration of 125 years of Treaty 3. It was in your community. And at that time, it was Treaty 3 that was, spearheading everything there. So I just assumed that's how we would do it this time, with input, I guess, from all of us, each community. And that'll make it a bigger celebration, I guess, from what we had. We got together in your community on treaty signing date, and to commemorate that, there were those treaty metal replicas that were made, and the event I thought went very well. That celebration, and I expect this one will be a bigger celebration if we're taking that time to include all the First Nations and their input in what they want to do. So I look forward to this. This is kind of exciting. But, to look at, we better have a look at that letter from Ann Scotton again, and maybe, just, I think if we do have ask for some additional funding, then we'll see how that goes. How much more. But I really support Treaty 3 and this presentation that's being made here. But if we as individual First Nations can get a few dollars out of them for things right in our own community, then so be it. That's in addition to what we're trying to do nationwide.
Miigwetch Chief Brian Perot on the update of Ann Scotton. I know Waylon was knocking on my door last night just crying that Ann Scotton wasn't RDG anymore of Ontario. Okay, we do have a resolution to vote on, so is there any other comments before we take it to vote? Okay, I don't see any comment. All in favor of the Treaty 350th Anniversary Planning Resolution, please raise your hand if you're in favor. Okay, is there any opposition? Anybody opposed to the I don't see any. Is there anyone that wants to abstain from the resolution? No, I don't see any, so the resolution is passed unanimously. Miigwetch Chiefs, give yourself a hand. So it's 150 years next year. That concludes our National Assembly. We're going to be moving into Chiefs in Assembly. So all the executives of the Women's Council, the Youth Council, Men's, and other councils, Miigwetch, for your reports and participating in the National Assembly. I'm not sure the protocol of change from National Assembly into Chiefs Assembly. Within Chiefs Assembly, the chiefs are only allowed to speak. I know if you want to address the chiefs in Assembly, you're more than welcome to go and offer sama to your chief, and your chief will respectfully announce you or allow you to speak. So we are officially in the Chiefs in Assembly now. Vernon, I know Section 87, our host community chief has asked.